And I bet you this is not muted. Now the long wait to see if my thing is actually muted or not. Well, at least I can see. Oh, it is muted. Sweet, look at me go. It's like I know what I'm doing. Wacky. Anyway, what's going on? Oh, I bet this was my phone telling me I'm live. Why does YouTube email me now? This is the craziest thing. They're always like, hey. It literally, the email says, now live on your channel. Sunday Night Live. Me. What the hell? You don't have to give me an email to let me know I'm live, YouTube. I kind of figured that. What are you trying to say that in case somebody else is impersonating me or something or hack my account? Jeez. What's up, JDS? What's up, Cemetery? What's going on? What's up? I'm into pain. Not too much. Just wanted to go live, I guess. I haven't been live on my channel in quite a long time, so I just figured, what the heck. I was gonna do it the last bunch of nights, but usually somebody else was live, and I just went on their channel instead. So, and tonight I was supposed to do the same thing. Spring and Larry from Soaps and Suds and such were gonna go live tonight, and they said they were gonna shoot me a link once they got it up and running, and then they just messaged me a little bit ago and was like, "Hey, we're gonna put it off for another night." So I thought, what the heck, man? Even though I should be going live tomorrow night, which I think I am. I don't know. I don't have a plan not to, but I should be live tomorrow. Back to the normal Friday, Monday schedule, I guess. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. What's up, Sal? Salsa. JDS put his greenhouse video up. I think I just saw that too, because I just hit my subscription reset right before I went live. Yep, greenhouse build and pepper update. 4th video from the start of my subscriptions. 44 minutes ago. Really? Nobody else put up anything in 39 minutes? That's weird. Usually in my subscription list, there's always something new popping in. I mean, I do... Oh, come on. Don't do that. Where's it at? 2, 4, 6, 7. So I'm subscribed to 773 channels. Jeez, oh man, that's a lot. Yeah, hey JDS, throw a link in the chat to your greenhouse video. That way everybody can watch it. They can either watch it now or, you know, open it, and like that's what I would do, is I would open it and then just pause it, and then whenever I was done doing whatever, I go back and watch it. But that's how I have to do that, because I hate seeing all these I have so many windows open right now. I have 2 different browser windows open. This one has 6 windows open on it. This one has an extra window for the StreamYards, and I have another 6 videos open on my screen. Although one of each is my subscription list, and one of each is my dashboard. Because I will do things where I will refresh it before I go to bed, and then leave this one alone. And then when I wake up in the morning, I'll refresh like this one or this one, depending on which one I do. And then like look at the numbers, because it's weird. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but like numbers disappear lately. So like I'll put out a video, and it's usually, I haven't put out any other videos for a while, but it was usually my like just playing video games and stuff, Grand Theft and Odyssey and Origins, and it's Assassin's Creed, Odyssey and Origins. But I've noticed, like, I mean, nobody really likes those anyways. Most of you guys that are subscribed to me really don't care about video games, because I know, because a lot of you have told me that, like, I don't really like them, so I just stopped by to say hi. Like, hey, I appreciate it, but I understand it's not your thing. I'm just, the way I look at it is I'm already doing it anyway, so why not just do it live, you know? But I'll notice, like, at the end of one of my games, it'll be like, you know, 52 watches. I'm like, oh, that's not bad for something that people don't really care about. And then the next morning I'll wake up and it'll say 32 views. Weird. But wait, did I miss a bunch of stuff? Yeah. Oh, Cemetery made powders. What kind of powders did you make? What peppers did you use? Did you do a mix, or did you just do like, these are habanero, dry them out and then grind them up, and then now you got a habanero powder? And, you know, like, did you keep them separate or did you mix and match? Or let's see. Oh, and then you tell me later it was a mix of Ghost and Caribbean Reds. That would be a good mix. Because Caribbean Reds, those are habaneros, right? So that, like, the hottest habaneros too, I think, like 250,000 Scoville, or maybe they're 300. No, I think they're 350,000 Scoville. Because most places say habanero is 100,000 to 250. Yeah, I think 100,000 to 250,000, something like that. And then a Caribbean Red, I believe, can't even talk. Caribbean Red is, I believe that's a habanero, if it's the one I'm thinking of. All right, Caribbean Red. Was I thinking? No, it's Caribbean Red. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I was thinking maybe it was an island name, and I'm like going through a bunch of them, like Jamaica, Cuba, you know, Puerto Rico. Nah, it wasn't any of them. But what's up, Scott? Everyday Canadian. I feel like I haven't said hi to you in a long time. I haven't seen Trollforge's video yet. I mean, I haven't even opened a window for it. But I did see it roll through my subscriptions. Yesterday, oh my God, I know I did go, I played video game for like an hour and a half yesterday. Or maybe it was the day before. I forget. There's been like so many days that I've been like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and, you know, play this video game and go live. And I just sat there for hours watching videos that I missed. And I mean, hours and hours. One day I was going to go live playing video games at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, screw it. It's early. Like, might as well. I might be able to get a live stream in later on tonight too. And it was like 10:30 or 11. I was like, I need to stop watching videos, man. I can't remember if I went live though. Maybe I did. Maybe I just went on someone else's channel. Nice. I'm into pain. You got some grown at home in West Virginia powders. What ones did you get? He's got. I've had a bunch of his stuff. Ironically, except for the one that was named after me. that's one of the ones I've never tried. Let's see. What's up, GTA Legend? What's up, Beth? Beth's here. What's going on? I said hi to JDS. Yeah, I said hi to JDS. I just want to make sure I didn't forget. What? Wait, 10 cubic yards of soil you had to flush. Oh, okay. When I heard flush, for some reason, I heard throw it out. You know, like flush it down the toilet, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. What the heck did it come with? Nutrients that burn the roots? Oh, and that's a good, I don't know, good topic, a fun topic. I don't know. But what I do is I'll just go to the store and I'll buy different bags of stuff. So I'll get like garden soil, like a bag of just regular old garden soil. Like there's nothing special about it whatsoever. Like it's dirt, you know? And then I'll buy that stuff. I'll buy peat moss. I'll buy vermiculite or perlite. Usually don't do both, but I'll do one or the other. I think it's usually perlite I always get. The Jiffy mix, because that's like that's a lot of peat, really. It's either peat or coconut coir. I think it's peat, but and then I'll do bone meal and blood meal, I think. And I'll put it all in like a bucket, and then I'll just like do the bone meal. I'll just like kind of sprinkle it all over the top until it like gets like a nice coating on top. And then I just work the soil and make my own. And there's no real recipe. I can't say like 25% this or 30% that or anything like that. It's just, I just do it on a whim every year, and it seems to work for me. So, although it doesn't have to be that good because I am using hydroponic nutrients, so that's where it's really going to get the stuff at once anyway. Nice. Yeah. I should have the dehydrator going right now. Oh, well. Another year's coming soon, right? Any new games coming out that I want to play? No. Just because I don't know anything that's coming out. Like Grand Theft 6. I mean, I think that's supposed to be like not this Christmas, but next Christmas, I think, or something, unless they bring out the, what would it be, the PlayStation 5 first? But what's up, Mountain Man? Oh, but no, there's games that are out already that I want to play, like the newest, and actually any of the ones for PlayStation 4 of Tomb Raider and God of War. I think I have all the God of Wars except for the new one. I think there might be another one. I have 1, 2, 3, and a bunch of expansion packs for PlayStation 3, but I don't have any for PlayStation 4. I don't know. I guess there's going to be a new Assassin's Creed sometime. So, all right, there is. Susie was telling me about it. I forget where she said that one's going to be based, but that one's coming out somewhat soon, like within a year or something. So, yeah. But I won't get it for a little while. I refuse to pay like $50 for a game. I think the most I've ever paid lately is like $30, I think. Something like that. Because I think Grand Theft was only like 25. I think Odyssey was like 30, and then Origins was 20 or 25 or something like that. I can't remember. I got it all four. All four at the same time. I bought the 3 games and the system all at the same time. Oh, I still have that video on my hard drive that I haven't uploaded. Nice. What so you use a soilless mix, meaning like Jiffy or something like that? Guess that would be that. I don't know. I've had a bunch of people tell me they did. I was going to say one method I never got to work was the paper towel method. I'd get them, the tails would come out, and they would look like they're actually starting to grow. And then, like, if you try to transplant it, it dies. I'm talking like 60 times. I wouldn't say 100, but like 60 times I've done that, and they've all died. Eric's cutting super huts. What's he cutting super huts for? Is he going to eat one? If he wants to eat one on camera, I'll send him the link. If you're out of here, GTA, then you have a good night too. What's up, Anti? Lord Rev. Raw powder is on the pricey side? I don't know. No, I've only bought hot sauce. I don't think I've ever bought pepper powders. I either had somebody send them to me. I've had pepper powder like in stock for. I still have a pile of it over here. Here, I got some right here. I got a bag of lava dust right here. And what's left of Chipotle? Just a little tiny bit. Oh shoot, there's even more. And Sweet Tooth and Gangsta's Paradise. Jeez, oh man. And what the hell? Oh, this is Dave's, isn't it? How did I not go through all this yet? Yeah, Happy Peppers, smoked Reaper, and the Awesome Tubes, which I have another one right here. What did I say? Happy Pepper, yeah, Happy Pepper blend. I was gonna say mix, but the Happy Pepper one, that one's empty. That one's completely empty. I used the heck out of that stuff. But I don't know. I guess I've been lucky. I just had people just say, "Hey, you want to try this stuff?" and just send me stuff. Because I still have another smoked Reaper, another. Oh shoot! I still have all those too. I still have a bunch of like ahi lemon, Trinidad Moruga scorpion. What the heck else was there? What's up, Dave? I was just showing off your well, the empty bottle of powder, the Happy Pepper blend. I used the heck out of that sucker. I was just looking dumbfounded about how full the smoked Reaper still is. And they're sitting right next to where I eat. Oh, man. Flying honey buns. What's up, Pedro? What's going on? Nice. How much did you order, Cemetery? Or wait, doesn't he have the big shakers now? Can't remember. I just have the small ones. Yeah. What's this other 2 dang peppers? Right here. Oh, MOA Scotch Bonnet and what the heck else? MOA, Trinidad Moruga, ahi lemon. Oh, Bahamian goat. That's what it was. That's what it was, but Bahamian goat. Forgot all about that. I used the heck out of that stuff. I had a pile. Rob Z sent me a pile of pepper powder. Like, I still got it over there. Like, I don't think it came in a box. It must have come in a box, yeah. But I mean, there was so much. The one bag is like this big, and it's like full of pepper powder. Nice. Half a jar of lava dust. All I have is, and I just found these. That's the only reason why it's so full. But I just have this one little bag of lava dust. There it says lava dust. Yeah, it says it, but you can't read it. But yeah, that stuff's pretty good. I think I have something over there, don't I? I think I have one of Dave's spices. Oh damn! Where the hell did this come from? That sucks. Damn, that sucks. I have a shaker. It's Crimson Blaze from Dave, and I have some in there, but no, it's actually moving right. All right, I was gonna say it's all clumpy and stuff, but now it's actually moving. Because when the AC was off, you know what the hell that does to like powders and stuff. Ugh, just all clumps together immediately. Man, that stuff's freaking just smells hot. Contents, various pepper products. Nice. I love that. Hot chili powder. Grown at home in West Virginia. Martinsville, West Virginia. Look at the bottom, though. That's hilarious contents. That's great. I'm going to keep that over here, too. What's up, Eric? How much is 4 ounces, Cemetery? Because I have no clue. What are these? That doesn't have a... That's funny. It's Crimson Blaze, and on the bottom it has a CR and 10. Now, I want to say these are 2 ounces, I think. I can't remember. But if that's 2 ounces and you have 4, that's awesome. What are you up to, Eric? I missed your live stream. I didn't think you'd ended that quick. You sent the link, and or maybe it was just in the chat or something. I forget, but I clicked on it. I didn't like open it up, but I clicked it into a new window, so I'd have it. And then typed in like, "I'll be right back. I gotta go to the store right quick," or whatever the heck I said, and then hopped in my truck. Although I was an idiot today, drove all the way to the store, bought my groceries, came out, got in the truck, got all the way back home, and was like, "Wait a minute, did I forget to buy smokes?" And then I had to drive all the way back and get smokes because that's how dumb I was today. I must have lost a few brain cells the last couple nights or something. Maybe playing too many video games. But I did have to laugh at myself about that one. That was kind of funny because I wish I would have had me on camera with my expression when I got home and looked into the bag of groceries. When I looked in, I'm like, that's exactly the moment where I was like, I never even asked for them. It wasn't even one of those things where you forgot them or something. Like you bought them but forgot to pick them up or something. Oh, these are 1 ounce? Nice. You got 4 of them? That's freaking awesome. Hell yeah. So you got 4 of these jars. Because this one lasted me quite a long time. I mean, you can see how much is left in there. I use the heck out of this stuff. But 4, that's awesome. Oh, that container I have is 0.75 to 1 ounce. So it depends on how much, some people would fill it to 0.75, or maybe some people would fill it to 1 ounce. So, and paste there. The only thing worse than watching your own face on camera is watching a delayed your face on camera. That is so horrible. At least when it's you, when you're looking at yourself, when you're actually doing something, like if I'm moving my hands like this, I can see it in the camera and it's doing it live time. But when it's delayed, like it totally throws you off. It's like the reverb. Like if I would unmute my YouTube page right now and it would play, you'd hear the delayed version. It just like when you hear that, I don't know if maybe it's just me, but something messes with your head where you just shut up. Like you just can't. I don't know. Like it's like your mind can't wrap around that what already was said is now coming back and being said. And I don't know. It's something weird. But I forget who the heck was telling me for a grinder, they used coffee grinder. You just buy an extra one for like, $20 or $10 or whatever, and only use it for pepper powders. Yeah, a quarter pound would be a lot to snort. Oh. Yeah, the only time I ever made powders, which I need to do it over again because it's too coarse. It's not technically a powder. There's Eric. It's too coarse. It's not technically a powder. There's Eric.
Yeah, I thought I had the mute button already set, but there we go. We're good now. What's going on, Rev?
Not too much, man. Same old stuff, different day.
Yeah, I was cutting up peppers and stuff earlier, and I just got done doing it. I got so many coming on right now that I can't even hardly pick them.
Yeah, I remember. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before. I was just picking it everything as much as I could, and like just taking them straight to the dehydrator. Like cut them in. Sometimes I wouldn't even take the stem off. I just cut them in half, throw them on the dehydrator. The little tiny ones. I think they were. I think they're a Kangstar white tie. I think it was those ones were so small. I didn't even like cut them. I just like would stab them and I just throw them in the dehydrator. And, but
so can you put your peppers in the freezer, then dehydrate them later so they don't go bad while you're waiting on them? Blumberg, I know
that's exactly what I was going to say. This sounds just like a Blumberg question, because I know if you put them in the freezer, when you take them out, they get mushy. So I don't, and you can't bring them back. So, but at the same time, you're dehydrating them. So what if they literally you cut them in half, put them in the freezer, and then like whenever time is ready, you just fire up the dehydrator and just stack them on the tray real quick while they're frozen. And so before they get to be mushy, they just get dried out. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I don't know neither, because I got like totes full of peppers, and I'm like, what the heck do I do with all this stuff? You know, my dehydrator, I only got one of the 4-tray dehydrators, you know, just the cheapie from Walmart or whatever. But it's like, what do I do in the meantime while the other peppers are drying out? You know what I'm saying? And I don't want these to go bad, because I've already had a bunch go bad while I'm waiting on the other peppers to get done dehydrating.
I think as long as you cut them in half so they don't get moldy on the inside, if you just let them sit out, they should just dry on up. I have some peppers that I did not exactly that way. I just let them just sit there and they just dried right up. I mean, you could just walk up and, well, you could just like, I guess, just pinch it and the whole thing would like almost crumble.
Okay. Well, because you see a lot of people that live in Arizona and these hotter states, you know, they dehydrate their peppers on the outside just by hanging them up and stuff. You know, taking thread. And
I had one of those for a while. It was like 30 or 40 peppers. They all look like cayennes. I think they were cayennes, but that's all I did. I just put a needle and thread, and I just went right through the stems of every single one of them. And I just had them like right over there. If you can see those wine glasses, it was hanging right there for the longest time.
Yeah, because, you know, it's like, what do you do with all these? I mean, I'm not a seller, you know. If somebody wants to come over, and I'd give them whatever they wanted, you know what I'm saying? That's the way I've never been, anything we grow, I've never been like charge anybody. I always just want to give it away, because it makes me feel better to be able to give stuff away than charge somebody money for stuff.
Yeah, I love doing that, especially if it's weird things like peppers. Like you find that guy at work that's like, oh, I can eat anything. You're like, all right, well, let me bring in a Trinidad Moruga scorpion for you. Oh, and Pedro said you could use your oven to dehydrate some.
Yeah, I've seen that. Kingstar had a video that I watched probably last year at some time about dehydrating peppers in the oven.
But if it's anything like the dehydrator, oh my God, you'll smoke out the house.
Our house is already smoked out. The kids is already.
Put a blanket up.
She's putting blankets up on the doorways to keep the pepper smell out of my room, which is over there. That's got a blanket.
Did he just freeze, or did I just freeze? Oh, okay, there we go. What was I going to say? Oh, well, no, with the dehydrator, when I use that sucker, I leave it in the garage. I put it on the top of the mower, just because it's like a shelf, and I just set that sucker right on top of my riding mower, and then plug that sucker in, and just leave the garage door wide open, like the main door. And just that amount, if I walk into the garage, it's like I got pepper sprayed in the face. Like, it is insane.
You know what, Ref? I wear rubber gloves, And I don't know if it seeps to them damn rubber gloves or not, but I could go take a pee right now. And if I touch my junk, it'd burn. Because I can touch my lips right now and it's burning. Because, this is my first year ever going this many different super hots. I grew ghost peppers last year. I've always grew like jalapenos and bell peppers and Anaheim peppers and stuff. Then you guys all in the pepper livers got me turned on and got sent seeds and stuff to all these different super hot peppers and stuff. But it's like, man, they're pretty wicked stuff if it's going through my dang gloves to.
Oh yeah. I've never worn gloves.
You don't wear gloves on all these super hot peppers when you're cutting them up?
I haven't used gloves ever.
I could touch my face the next day, even after I've wore gloves, washed my hands a few different times, and I touch my face or something like that, and I still feel a burn from them.
Yeah, I've had that, but I don't know, for a couple or for like at least a whole day, like you just do that when you go to the bathroom, you just like unzip your fly and just kind of like let it hang out, and you just kind of like do one of these things, like don't touch nothing, like leave your hands somewhere else.
Yeah, cemetery, you need to stop by sometime. That'd be pretty cool to meet you. You know what, Brev? I've had to have Beth hold my penis while I went and peed a few different times.
See, there you go. Just do it without gloves, and then when you're done, put the gloves on.
Yeah, that might work. Mm-hmm.
Now, what was Bloomberg saying yesterday? The oils soak through the gloves, or
something, because they must, or you still get some in it, and then you put your fingers in the gloves or something, and it just gets worse or something in there. I remember him saying, he knows more of an expert about growing these super hots than what I am. Spicy nuggets. Yep.
Still haven't tried them. The thing that I was talking about last night, that like stone type thing, that's what this thing is. It's supposed to be like some deionized blah, 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 blah. I don't know, like some hocus pocus type stuff. But I just like put it in between my hands and just use it like a bar of soap almost. Like I put soap on this thing and then I just use it like as if it's a bar of soap and wash my hands that way. And usually I don't have anything to worry about with the pepper oils. It's been a little bit, but I don't know. And like most peppers, I don't really even care about washing my hands afterward. Like jalapenos, I'm not worried about that stuff.
Yeah, I can do jalapenos and stuff like that without gloves. But man, some of these super hots are crazy.
Oh yeah. Well, I would also eat those things too, though. Because like for the longest time, every single pepper that I grew, I ate one.
Cemetery just put something funny in the chat. Just double up if you're gonna bang a nasty chick.
I was thinking about that too, but if the oil can seep through one glove, then it's going to be able to seep through two.
I don't know if instead of like these, what kind of gloves there, but the elastic little gloves that I've been using, if you go and buy those thick yellow like gloves, you see
washing gloves.
Yeah. That make the difference or what?
I don't know. What if you put rubber gloves on, then put your hand in one of those orange ones? The big suckers, the dishwasher gloves.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. See, this is a lot of work, and that's why I'm always like, screw it, just use your bare hands and just cut. I'm only doing one cut anyway. Like
it was like me as I was all amped up to save a bunch of seeds from these peppers. I saved a few, and I was like, fuck it, man, just start cutting them. I just want to get them on the tray and get this shit done.
Oh yeah. Like that's what I found to do is just like cut them open, put them on the dehydrator, cut them open, put them on the dehydrator. Like don't even de-seed them. I wasn't even taking stems off, nothing. I was just throwing them right in there. That dehydrator ran for, I don't know, like 2 months straight or something like that. Or maybe it was 1 month straight. I don't know, but it was like weeks at a time. Like it just never even shut off. Like I'd go out there and be like, these ones are done. And I would like throw them all like in a bag or whatever and then
That's
put
what
them right on.
Yeah, I throw mine in a bag. I'm waiting to get a grinder to grind everything up. I'm just gonna do like a garden, super hot garden mix or whatever with a bunch. Then I'm gonna do just plain King Star lemon starburst by themselves. It's like I gotta play like a 3 or 4 pound bag of lemon starburst right now that's waiting to go to the dehydrator. It's like crazy amount of stuff coming on. It'd be nice to have one of those Excalibur dehydrators that's got like the 9 trays and different things. But I can't afford nothing like that.
You could probably Amazon has almost everything, but somewhere on the internet probably has to have extra trays for your dehydrator. So maybe you just
they do.
get like another 4. That way you could, because they just keep stacking like pretty much as high as you want to go. I forget how many. I think 8.
You can do 8 is what the max is on them. Is what I've found out.
Yeah, I think that's what Blumberg runs. Is like each dehydrator has like 8 on it. I think that's where I got that number from. Yeah, well, I don't know. Cemetery says needs to get a better dehydrator. I don't know. I got the cheapest one I could find on Amazon. It was like $18 or maybe it's $21. It was right around the $20 mark. And that sucker's good. I mean, that thing, I don't know. With the
Mine's a Nesco.
Can't remember what mine is. It's written on a lid and it's literally right there behind that door. But no, like besides if you want different temperatures, because mine doesn't do that. Mine's either on or off. Like you plug it in.
Mine does the different temperatures and stuff at least. And it'll tell you right there on the front of the dehydrator for meats and fruits and different stuff you're dehydrating, what temperature to put it at. Because I would never remember what temperature anything needs to be set at.
I love it when they have little like display type things, like the kitchen thermometer. You know, the little holder that it comes with shows right on there, like what meats, what temperature, and no fan. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, mine was 4 trays, and it was pretty cheap. It was only like $20. I don't know. I just found like I went through and found all the cheapest ones, and then out of all the cheapest ones, I looked at which one was like the best cheap one.
Yeah.
And the one I got had like, I think it was 5 out of 5 star reviews. So, I mean, it's nothing special. Like I said, you plug it in, it starts working, the fan turns on, and it gets a little warm. Or, you know, I don't know, like, I don't know what it runs at. It's probably over 150 though. Maybe it's 180 or I don't know. But it works.
And another thing I noticed, if you chop up the peppers like in smaller pieces, it'll dry them out a lot faster if you just like have it. Because I was doing my lemon starburst, just cutting them in like halves and then putting them on the dehydrator. And man, it'd take like 2 days, a little over 2 days or something to dehydrate. Then once I cut them up into little chunks, is like within a day or day and a half or whatever, they was dried up.
Yeah, I've been too lazy. I would just cut them in half.
Mm-hmm.
And like
you can fit a lot more if you chunk them up.
What?
You can fit a lot more on a tray too if you cut them in pieces.
Yeah, I got them pretty darn close. And most importantly, I would like, you know, keep them all together and stuff like that. And the difference between, I mean, you could always usually tell, but like I would keep different kinds of peppers separated with like a little gap between the other peppers. And I would write down on a piece of paper exactly what was on what level.
Yeah, I don't even do that. I'm just dehydrating mine, and they're all going in the same bag other than the lemon starburst, and it's going to be a big-ass blend of super hot pepper.
Why? I still have them. I have everything from like Kang Star, or no. What the hell is the Kang Star one? I know it must be Kang Star White Thai, because that's the only thing I've ever grown of Kangs, I think.
You don't got lemon starburst? You never go lemon starburst? Man, them's amazing tasting.
I think I had one started this year when I killed everything, but I can't remember. I had a bunch of them that I was kind of excited to get, and they finally popped. And I was like, because that's why I only had that many. Was like the ones that popped up were the ones where I was like, I really want these ones to pop up, and for some reason they popped, and I was just blown away. Because normally with me, it's just stuff that I don't really like. Those ones usually pop up like every single seed, but the ones I'm excited about, usually it doesn't come up at all.
Yeah, them's chocolate bootless seeds. Yeah. Oh, Beth was like, she asked me about these putted seeds that I got saved. That saved some chocolate bootless seeds.
Nice. Is it DM?
Whatever Blumberg sent me.
Probably.
I think they are.
I think that's DM.
You know what though? The other night I tried the chocolate bootlets and I tried a death spiral, and they're supposed to be a lot hotter than this Yellow's Devil's Tongue. But dang, that Yellow's Devil's Tongue got me going more than any of the other two peppers. That's supposed to be a lot hotter. So I don't know what's up with that.
Well, there's a million things that go into if a pepper's hot or not. You know, because I never look at it as like ghost pepper, million Scoville. That could be anything from like 700,000 if you grow them wrong or over water or anything like that, all the way up to like a million or, something like that. There's a range, it's not like their own. Because like on the low end, they usually have the range, like jalapeno, 2,500 to 5,000. Like that's kind of a big swing there.
Mm-hmm. About 50% swing then.
Yeah. But and then there's how much sun did you get, how much rain did you get, how much every single factor, and then you got what kind of genetics do you have with the plant, or is it good genetics where it's going to produce like consistent, or is it like a F3 or something like that, or
I know all the seeds that Blumberg sent me had really good genetics.
Yeah. The last seeds he sent me, every single seed that I planted came up within a couple. Like that was the fastest germination I've ever had, and I'm not even joking. I think it was a day and a half.
Oh, dang!
It was so quick.
The only thing I had trouble with this year was starting with some of the ahi plants, like the ahi Cherapita or whatever, the little orange ones that are supposed to be the most expensive. Man, I had two different from Blumberg sent me some. Then I got some that was sent in a giveaway from Soaps and Suds. Man, I couldn't get them to start for nothing for some reason. They'd pop up and then they'd die. But then I had all these other ones that did just fine. So I don't know what my deal was starting those seeds, Yeah.
Sometimes I've got the same thing. Drives me freaking nuts, man. Like, I can't remember the last one I did. I was just so bummed. I'm like, come on. I think it was Sugar Rush Peach, because I do that every year and I have multiple plants. Well, I put down a pile of seeds too, hoping that at least a quarter of them come up or something like that. But no, this year I think I only had like one or two pop up. Like normally I have like 4 or 5.
Yeah, see, that's my problem. I always overplan everything all the time. I see everybody doing like, a few seeds of this and that. Man, I would have such bad luck if I did something like that because I wouldn't get anything. I'd get like, if I did 5 seeds, I'd be lucky to get like one plant to make it and stuff.
Yeah.
Good pepper, not floral at all. Yeah, I don't like floral whatsoever.
I don't know. You might want to give it another shot. Try the Trinidad perfume. If you can get your hands on some of those seeds. I think I have a couple seeds, but I only got a pepper and I saved the seeds out of it. And I tried to grow it, I think the last 2 years, and nothing ever popped. So they might not even be good seeds. But that sucker's amazing. It's a Trinidad Moruga Scorpion with no heat. So you get that full floral flavor. And like, because when I ate it, I'm like, I kind of like that. And someone even, I think it might have been Bear. Yeah, because I think he's the one that sent it to me. Yeah, he was. Bear sent it to me. And he said, "Oh, so you like floral?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "That's because it's not like floral to me. It's like earthy. Like, I don't know. It tastes the way dirt smells after a rainfall or something like that, or something weird like that. But I don't know. That was the best way to see if you like floral. Maybe you just don't like Trinidad or.
But it's like I didn't like the ghost pepper, eating it just by itself last year. But then Blumbergs, they dehydrate them and make a powder out of it. And then I loved it. It was like, man, that tastes really good. So I think it's how you use them too that makes the difference, and if you like it or not. Because I'm a newbie really when it comes to all these different super hot peppers and stuff. I've always been pretty good at growing stuff, but.
Well, when I got into it, I always just heard the argument of like, I don't like floral and I don't like this, or, just people saying that. And I'm just like, I'm not even going to make a judgment. I'm just going to just go ahead and just eat whatever the heck I, get and see if I like it. Like just go on a pepper by pepper basis, like don't do the floral or earthy or, whatever tones. And
see, I really like that citrusy, fruity flavor of some of the peppers is what I like.
Yeah, that's what I like too. I like that in all my super plants. You might like, maybe, I don't know, maybe it'd be too hot for you, or I don't know. I like it. Brando, where the heck? Where were we on Bounty's live stream? But Brando was on a live stream with me, and he ate. Because Bounty was all worried about him. Wait, was it? I can't remember. But Brando ate a yellow Moruga, which is a yellow Moruga, or yellow Trinidad Moruga Scorpion. Which I didn't put that together because I'm kind of dumb sometimes. I'm just like, yeah, yellow Moruga, and just like move on with all my pepper talk or whatever. And it was just after I tried it, I ate one of those on my channel. But after I tried, it was like a month after I tried it that it just hit me all of a sudden. I'm like, wait, yellow Moruga, Trinidad Moruga Scorpion. Wait, that's a dang scorpion. I just thought it was just a hot pepper named yellow Moruga, but
yeah, JDS had a good point. I watched Rocky's video today. He does really good reviews and talks about his peppers.
Did Rocky do M.A. Wartrix today?
Yeah.
No way. Sweet. Dude, there's only...
I got some of those planted somewhere out there. I don't know which one they are because they're red and ripe pods. I was like, is this one? Because, man, I got some plants that's got pods that's long and skinny on it, and then I got some that looks totally like short and stubby. It's like,
wait, why did Rocky change his name? That's why I missed it.
Yeah, to the Rock.
Yeah, just Rock.
Yeah,
dude, that's awesome. Because if you search on YouTube M.A. Wartrix, there's only like 4 people's videos that pop up, and maybe it's like 6, and mine are like 2 or 3 of them.
That's the same as Orange Gum Tiger Map. Now, like, you Google that and you can find my video where I tried one of them. I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. That's where you get views and different people checking stuff out. If something rare that most people don't grow
or do, because I have a video that's it's. I don't know. I'm pretty proud about how viral it went. Like on my level, it's not like internet viral, but just for me. And it's that like, if you go to google.com and type in 3-sided LED, my video is the top link that pops up, or at least it was. I don't know. It might have fallen out by now. But I got so many comments on that video, and unlike most videos where you get negative comments, every single comment on there is positive. Like every single one was, thank you, you helped me. Like I couldn't figure this out, and you totally, helped me and all this crap.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've never had nothing. Hell, most of my videos only get if I'm lucky, 100 views.
Well, this one is like 2 years old, so it just like keeps getting views and more views and more. I bet if I look, it's probably like my top viewed video on my channel right now.
Like I tell you, like one of my videos is tailing with a Hinomoto, whatever D14 is actually starting now to start getting all kinds of views, and I've had that up for months now, and there's like, I don't know what's going on because I'm getting a bunch of people watching that now, other than like my new videos.
Oh yeah, well that's why I was saying about like views and stuff like that. Like my old videos, I have so many videos that still get views. I'm like, on my channel, I think I only have like, I don't know, I'd bet 25, maybe 30 videos about my truck, like actually working on my truck. Well, no, I probably have, maybe that's it. But of all my videos, like I think it was like 12 out of 20 of my top videos are all me working on my truck. Nobody cares about me growing things.
It's hard to tell what kind of video people want to watch and stuff, because you can have the stupidest dang video that I think is really stupid. Most people think stupid that a lot of people watch and go viral.
Oh yeah, I forget what video I made. I was like, I should just delete this. This is so stupid. Like it's stupid. And I was like, you know what? Heck with it. I won't delete it. And I just uploaded it and I just let it sit there for a little bit. And I was like, okay, well, I'll make a decision by tomorrow or something like that. And I'd sleep on it and then get up the next day and be like, I don't know, maybe I should publish it. Maybe I ended up publishing it. That sucker's got way more views than like, I don't know, hundreds of my videos put together. Yeah, plasti dip on my bumper. That's that video. I get comments like every so many days on that video. Or, I mean, like all my, not all, but like a majority of all my vehicle things. People like, they're always messaging me about stuff. Especially the plasti dip, because they see how, when it was made, it was like, what, 2 summers ago? Maybe it's 3 summers ago now. And they want to know how it's held up. Which I haven't got back to those comments, so maybe maybe that's not good.
Yeah, I had a crying baby there for a second. He was ready for a bottle in bed, but the cemetery says if you grow some dope, that you get all kinds of views. I wish I could grow it because I know what it takes and everything. I think I can grow some amazing plants.
I'll say what I tell everybody: make it legal where I live, and I'll grow the heck out of that stuff.
I would too, man. I already have when it wasn't. Well, I have. This has been years ago, so nobody knows. So this has been about 15 years ago. That man, I grew some this super skunk, man. That was amazing. It had been harvested, and my neighbor, he was at my driveway, and there's all the way. My buddy had in the trunk of his car by my garage, which is a good distance, wrapped up in 2 different trash bags and stuff, and he was still smelling. It's like, guys, do you guys smell how strong that skunk is around here? And it's like 2 hits, and you was good.
I knew someone that was growing some, and when it was harvest time, like I wasn't around for any of all this. I got to watch it grow like 7 times throughout like its whole life, and I just like look at it and be like, that's a pretty looking plant. And I was there like a couple days after he harvested it, and I walked in, he's like, do you smell it? I'm like, Yeah, like really, really bad. He's like, I got it wrapped up like 4 trash bags. It's like wrapped up in like something else. It's in the closet, like in the bedroom with the doors shut and towels under the doors. Like he had all these precautions. And the second you get to his front door, you're like, oh yeah, I smell that. That really freaking.
That's the reason you can't find really good skunk strains anymore, is because it was too smelly and stuff. And people went to the more fruity flavors that wasn't as potent and smelling and stuff. But that was always my favorite thing, was the skunk smelling strains. I don't know about anybody else, but man, if you get that good skunk strain and it's like,
I like it all. It just all smells good. Even if like it was legal for me to grow it, but I couldn't actually smoke it when it was done, I'd still grow it just to like smell that smell. It's like nature's incense.
I just wish I was able to have the opportunity, man. That's what I'd focus on, is these good skunk smelling strains. Everybody's all about the fruity and stuff now. But boy, I love those good skunk strains. And I actually had some cat piss one time, and it literally smelled like cat piss.
I've heard about that.
And man, it was good too. I liked it. If anybody in the chats had cat piss, let me know. That was something back in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. That was pretty good stuff.
I think I said hey to Loki. What's up, Loki? And where are you, Cemetery? To be legal in the first of the year?
Yep, he's in Illinois.
Is he?
He ain't too far from me. That's why he's saying he needs to come down here and visit me, because he's only a couple hours away.
That makes sense. I don't know why I was thinking New York for some reason.
Yeah, for me, Illinois is 5 miles down the road, and there's one bridge to get to Illinois. From here, you got to either 30 miles that way to the south or 30 miles to the north to get to Illinois, because we got the Wabash River that intersects between Indiana and Illinois. So them cops are all going to be sitting right there at that bridge waiting for people to come across the border.
Yeah, we could free up a lot of their time and stuff so they could actually go arrest bad people that like murder and steal and stuff like that. But no, waste your time on that.
Pepper Goo he was saying that the funkiest stuff he ever had was cheese.
Yeah. I don't think I ever had any of the cheeses. It's like birthday or Girl Scout cookies. Yeah, birthday cake. Like I never had any of that stuff.
Yeah, Cemetery, I can get 98.5. That's a radio station.
The river.
A few years ago, Indiana wasn't allowed to sell Sunday beer. And Sunday beer was always like just a 5-mile drive from me, because the gas station, as soon as you go into this little town called Hudsonville, Illinois, sold Sunday beer. So that gas station would get all kinds of business on Sundays. And now that Indiana made Sunday beer legal last year, I bet their sales went down on Sundays like drastically. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody, you drive, people would drive for 30 or 40 miles away to get Sunday beer there.
I would just buy extra on Saturday.
Stock up.
Yeah. Paris. What's a Paris country station? Is that the county or?
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Yep, my internet's in and out. It does that a lot. But I bet they do the same thing. Have some place right there across the river that sells herb here when Illinois goes through with their fully legalization of it.
Oh yeah,
And I'll probably be there visiting. You know what I'm saying?
I forget where it was. It must have been Kansas. I forget, but I remember watching some news thing about how I think it was Kansas, all the way on the west side. They were like gearing up because now that pot's legal in Colorado, like they're gonna have like massive traffic stops and all kind of like safety checks or DUI checks or whatever the heck they want to call them, but they're gonna like just be watching people coming out of Colorado to make sure they're not transporting any of that evil.
I've seen something about that. I've actually saw something about that. Okay, Kansas is another redneck state like Indiana, Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee,
No, not like Kentucky.
Alabama, Mississippi.
Kentucky, you're allowed to grow hemp. They just legalized hemp. I forget when, because I think
they did it here in Indiana too. You can grow hemp here in Indiana too, but you got to have some. It's like a bunch of red tape to go through for the farmers to even be able to grow it.
And I bet they still accidentally get busted. Like, what did we find here? Like, oh, that has no THC. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. You should jump through the hoops more, and that way we know. Meanwhile, they did.
But what's wrong with hemp? That was supposed to be what saved America through the wars and stuff, was grow hemp. And actually, people was legally farmers was supposed to grow hemp.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's like the stereotypical thing to say, but George Washington grew hemp, like weed. Yeah, well, I think he grew hemp, not. Well, maybe he did grow like THC, like cannabis. I mean,
he probably did because he loved gardening and growing stuff. So I'm sure he grew the good stuff back in the day.
Well, back in the day, that he made like tons of stuff out of cannabis. They would make their rope out of it for like shipping stuff. They would make their rope. They would make their sails out of it. That's where the term canvas came from, was because it was made from cannabis.
Mm-hmm. But like right now, the technology is so advanced for hemp products. Man, they can make almost anything out of it. Henry Ford did a whole car made out of hemp, and you could actually take a sledgehammer to the fenders and hood and stuff, and couldn't put a dent in it.
Yep. Yeah, I've mentioned that like at least a dozen times on live streams. Because you can actually look up the video of Henry Ford, like you said, taking a
hemp car.
Yeah, like it was, the fender was made out of hemp, and he just like was smacking it, and it like just didn't do anything. It was the craziest thing. Like imagine having a car today like that, where you could just like smack it with a hammer. Well, I guess most, like a bunch of cars are like plastic and stuff anymore, but you can't do that with carbon fiber. You can't do that with metal. You can't do that. Like my truck's almost all metal.
The cemeteries, there's hemp and there's green crack. Yep, there's a big difference between them both. You could smoke pounds of hemp and not get a head change whatsoever.
That's funny because green crack is a strain.
Yeah, it is. I've seen it.
You know how I know that? That's Snoop Dogg's favorite stuff to smoke.
I've been bored back, like when I had my surgeries and stuff, that I went through there and just checked out all the different types of marijuana seeds that you could buy, and just read all the descriptions about them. It's like, man, I really like to grow some ruderalis. What do you want to? Dang it! No, I can't even think of the name. The pot that don't take the sunlight to change the difference in the budding and stuff. Man, what's that called?
I forget what it's called, but way, way, way back in the day, I tried it, but it didn't work. somebody gave me seeds to lowrider or something like that, and it
Yeah.
was like 90 days from the time it pops out of the soil to the day you harvest.
Yeah. Dang it, what was the name of that? I thought autoflowers. There you go. That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, those would be pretty cool to try as autoflowers. 60 days and you're already harvested and stuff. Pedro Longwood said it, autoflowers. That's what I'd like to that'd be pretty cool to mess with, especially in the wintertime in the house and stuff. Because who wants to sit there and worry about your lights and stuff and making sure that you're either on 16 or 12 hours of light. Those seeds, yeah, they are expensive seeds. I'll be right back.
I don't know. My buddy gave them to me. And I don't even remember why. It was just one day. Oh, that's right. He had the bright idea. Like, I guess back in the day, he doesn't even have them anymore. Actually, I think he's got, I don't know if he got his medical marijuana card or not, but I know they just legalized medical marijuana in his state. But way back in the day, he had this master plan of having like the greatest weed seed bank ever. Because that was way back in the day. I don't know if he was buying them from this dude or like other sites or whatever, but that was way back in the day, like when Mark Emery, like up in Canada, was selling seeds and shipping them into the US, but they like nobody could do anything about it because it was legal to ship seeds. You just couldn't have the plant. But like he got away with it, or quote, got away with it for so long. Like he was like the master name in seeds, that is. And then one day the US came up with some loophole that busted them. And I forget, they gave them, I was like 90 something, I think, when this happened. But they manipulated something. And I think they like went after him on like postal code violation or something like that. Like for not declaring what's inside, or I forget exactly what it was. But they ended up taking them down. But the long story short, my buddy, I remember like way back in the day, he had so many different seeds because I don't know where he had this bright idea that he was just going to be like the weed seed bank. But it was pretty funny. Especially because fast forward to today, he doesn't have any of those seeds.
I bet he wishes he did now.
Oh, yeah.
This strain's alive.
Oh, yeah. He had like everything, all the top names that you could think of. He had the seeds for them.
My uncle was the fucking head of his time about stuff on growing weed and stuff. He was doing the shit. Now my mind goes blank, but the Acapulco Gold.
Yeah.
And he was breeding his own stuff back then. Like, this was in the 70s, dude. My dad was a smoker all of his life. He smoked one joint and it made him puke. It was so strong. Because I remember growing up and seeing, gallon bags of weed and stuff. Because that's how my dad made his money on the side. He was actually an electrician in the union, but on the side, he did.
Sometimes you gotta have a little extra income.
And remember seeing Gallon, but he was like the Acapulco Gold that my uncle grew was the best stuff he had ever smoked.
I've heard that about that, like way back in the day. It's funny, like way back in the day, there was like all kind of good stuff, and then like we went through a whole big period where it was nothing but like brickweed.
80s and 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
now I can't buy any weed unless it's $50 for an eighth of they call it hydro, but who knows what it is,
Yeah.
I was like, man, I have a hard time. I can't afford shit like that. $50 for an eighth. I know it's good and stuff, but I can sit there and smoke it up really quick, I just wish I had the ability to grow my own, because I know what I could do and what I'd be able to create, and I'd actually have more. I'd put more into it than what my garden is. You know what I'm saying? Of vegetables.
Yeah. Well, it's probably worth more than vegetables. Like you grow a whole pile of green beans and you pick them. Like, what are you going to get? A couple dollars?
Yeah, you can pick a whole great big bag of green beans. Oh, that's worth $2.
My mom back in the day, her and her mom, my grandma, they would go to the farmers, or not the farmers market, the farm. There was an actual farm down the road from my grandma's house, and they would go and literally buy like 40 pounds of green beans and bring them all home. And they would spend an entire afternoon like cutting the tips off of each one and then cutting them down to size, putting them all like into whatever, and then like canning them at the end. And then we'd have canned green beans forever. Oh, what's up, Bobby?
Yes, I've been there and done that. And when the helicopters come and was flying right over the top of it, that's why my buddy was the one that went and harvested my plants that was all wrapped up in trash bags. Because I was like, dude, I'll split this with you as long as you go and get them. Because I didn't know. And he was from Chicago. So then they're not going to recognize him. They'd definitely recognize me for if I would have went out there and harvested them. So I was also paranoid about it.
Yeah, one thing.
Because he was the only person I trusted, and I showed him, like, when I was growing, I was like, here's where these at. If something comes up, you know exactly where they're at to get them. And that I did, because the helicopters was flying, hovering over it from ever. And I was like, ooh.
Have you ever watched the documentaries? There's two of them. The first one was Never Get Busted, and the second one was Never Get Raided. And it's by Barry Cooper. I forget. He's a former narcotics officer out of Texas, and he was a drug dog guy, and he was so good at getting drugs coming into the country that they flipped him around on the other side of the road and put him on getting the money that was going out of the country to get the drugs. But he was like really good. But then he had something happen. I forget, something that put him into pain happened to him. And he was always in pain. He was drinking a lot and stuff. And his wife was like, you know what? Just smoke this joint. And he's like, no, that's illegal. I spent my whole life like locking people up for that. Eventually he smoked the joint and was like, holy crap, this isn't like the horrible thing it was made out to be. And he became an advocate for cannabis and stuff.
I heard something about that.
I think his name's Barry Cooper.
Because I've been a big cannabis supporter and did a lot of research through the years. I do a lot of research on garden, but growing stuff in the garden, but I did a lot more research on growing marijuana. I just wish I had the chance. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you want to know how to grow just about anything, look at the way weed guys grow their plants, because they are so over meticulous about everything that if you watch it, you'll know all the variables. And then when you go and just grow your green beans, it's like, just throw them in the dang dirt, throw some water on them. Like,
that's how I would learn about worm castings, and starting your worm bins was from, this was early 90s from growing weed, But now I'm so because I got so much to lose with my kids and stuff that I can't risk anything,
Yeah. Well, I'm just not even gonna risk it at all. Like, that's what I always say. Like, help me make it legal, and we'll all grow it.
Just make me president, or I'd help the whole. I'd help the whole country out. To be honest with you.
To be perfectly honest, I would hate to be president. Like, oh my God, like definitely no live streams, that's for sure. And if you do, like it'd be like all over the news the next day. But wait, what the hell is Bounty saying? Sorry about the other night.
Get up in here.
Oh, I can do that again. Yeah, is there something going on? Did I miss something again? What was I? Oh, what's up, mate? Aching for life in the house. Still working on it. Which cross? Well, nah, don't even tell me which cross it is, Nate, because I know people, not saying you, but other people get kind of like up in arms. Like they don't want you to know what their cross is until it's done kind of thing. So, which I don't blame them because there are people out there that are like, what and what? I have those. I could probably start that cross tomorrow or whatever. So kind of like with pepper powders, like Crimson Blaze, it doesn't say what peppers are in there. It says contents, various pepper products.
Yeah. Do you blame them? You don't want
No, no,
to
Oh, nice. So it's a chocolate scotch bonnet across the SoCal magma.
Yeah, it's like, I probably got I literally got thousands of lemon starburst seeds, but I'm not going to advertise that I've got probably 20,000 lemon starburst seeds, if not more than that right now. Because everybody and their brother will be messaging. I already had people have already been messaging me like on my Google or account about getting the seeds. It's like I didn't, but they've saw my videos about my lemon starburst plant and was wanting seeds about it. I'm not going to sit there and advertise that I got those seeds to anybody because what's going to happen? Everybody's going to want them for free. And I've had local people was like, "Oh, I'll buy a few of those pods off of you and stuff." And then I kind of ignore them. They're like, "Yeah, that's cool," and kind of ignore them because that they weren't meant to be sold or done anything with. I'll give you some if I feel that you need some. You know what I'm saying?
I never turned down anything. What's up, Taylor? I didn't even see Taylor in there. Wait, live chat.
I'm really having a hard time keeping up with it. When I was live earlier, it's hard to keep up with the chat and stuff. And we're talking, people's talking and stuff. It's like you don't want to interrupt people that's talking, but you want to be able to say it, recognize your chat and stuff.
Yeah, well, it helps if you're a compulsive reader. I don't know about you, but if I drive down the road, I have to read every single sign that I come across. I'm like, what does that thing say? What does that say over there? I don't know if it's like an information thing or if it's like just compulsive reading.
Hey, there's Robert Schaller. He's in the chat now. That's cool.
What's up, Schaller?
Hey, you guys come and anybody want to join us? Have you put the link in?
Sent out? It just rolled off screen, but.
And it's always fun when we get a bunch of different people in here joining us and chatting and stuff. I think so, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
It was like that. Last night was the first time I'd been live on this StreamYards, and I was throwing links. I was on there for 5 hours, and I never dreamed I'd be on there that long. We was just testing it out because I want to make a video for my good buddy Micah McGee, because he's got a cookbook going out that's to help his family and stuff, which and it's got so many good recipes. There's even a chapter for a wild game to where he's cooking skunk and stuff. And then how to make deodorants and your own cough medicine and stuff. I can show you guys the book. JDS was in the chat and he was sharing out the link. But man, be an awesome cookbook, recipe book for anybody to have. It's basically find anything in that thing. Rev, are you familiar with Micah or not?
Nah. I mean, I guess I saw him on your channel today, but that was it. I
Oh man, you gotta watch his stuff.
Yeah, I walked in, turned on your video, and grabbed the link, and when you sent it, and then I typed in and gotta go to the store, and literally just walked out and went to the store, left it running and everything. And when I got home, I was like, "Why is my computer not making noise?" And I walked over, and you were done. I'm like, "What the heck, man?"
But you gotta check out Micah's channel one of these days. It's Mike McGee's Homestead Adventures. Oh man, he does from eating bull's balls to eating all kinds of different wild game stuff to growing gardens and stuff. He's an awesome character. That's who Blumberg hooked me up with. Blumberg was like, Eric, you and Mike has got so much in common. I'll hook you up. This is when we first started meeting and stuff. And heck, we've been really good friends ever since. He sent me that book, that cookbook, and he sent me some pumpkin lemon starburst sauce. Oh man, it tastes amazing. I'm gonna have to make it now because I could have ate that whole jar while I was on my live stream.
Nice. So I'm guessing that's, well, pumpkin and lemon habanero, but let's see what else is in there. Wait for his internet to stop glitching. So you got the SoCal Magma and you got the SoCal Sunrise. So the SoCal Sunrise is coming in soon. So that's, but if you really work it, you could have that thing out in what, a year and a half?
Hey, Beth.
Stable. Isn't it F7? You could like do half year runs, like grow it half a year and then harvest, and then grow it half a year, harvest, grow it half a year, harvest F7, or I guess that'd be F8. I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out what Beth did with everything.
Nice. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So Nate says they're already stable at an F4. That's crazy. It's good, but that's crazy. Yeah, what do you got? Yeah, Jay's Peach Ghost Scorpion, Chocolate Ghost, and Trini Scorpion. Dang. Bringing all the high hitters there. Well, not all of them, but some of the high hitters.
Well, I can't find out what Beth did with all that stuff, but when she gets back in the house, I'm going to have to ask her. But man, that pumpkin Starburst sauce was amazing, man. I sat there wanted to eat the whole jar of it while it's on the live stream.
Yeah, what was it? It's lemon starburst and pumpkin, and
yep. And he's getting ready to make a video on how he made it. But it's pumpkin, lemon starburst, and pumpkin.
Oh,
and it tastes awesome, dude. They got that good sweet with that spice and stuff. Oh, it tastes good. You'd like it, Rev. Trust me. He's going to send a jar to Blumberg and let him try it out. Dude, it tasted amazing. As soon as he makes that video on how to do it, I'm going to make me a batch of it. That's how good it was.
You got a lot of extra lemon starburst laying around. All you need is pumpkins now.
Yeah, I got so many lemon starbursts. That ain't funny. Yeah, I don't know what she did with that stuff. That cookbook and.
Dog's over here passed out. Oh, you heard me talking about you. She's so funny. Look at that. Oh. Cutie puppy. Hey. Always got to get the dog shot in there.
Yep. But Rev, you'd like his cookbook though. There's so many cool stuff in there. You know, he's got there's recipes for how to cook skunk and stuff in there.
That was the part that I was listening to. I came out and turned it on, and I was hearing that about the skunk, because like everything that he was saying, I've already heard that from another dude. I forget who the hell. I mean, there's no way I could come up with that. I probably heard it from a couple people, but all about the scent glands, which they're back at the rear end, if you know what I mean, part of the skunk. And as long as you don't like nick them or cut them, because I grew up, my dad was a trapper, like loved trapping and stuff. And every once in a while you get a skunk, and you know, and if you don't know, usually what you do is you take your jacket off and you throw it over the skunk so it thinks it's nighttime, kind of like a cat or like a coyote or anything like that, if you got to release them, or a fox. But and hope they don't spray your dang jacket, and then you know, let them out of the trap. Or you just take them, and if you take them, then like they'll pay money for skunk furs.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But that was one of the lessons you learned. Do not hit that sack, because once you do, that smells everywhere. And yes, I have been sprayed by a skunk.
I've never been sprayed by a skunk. You know, a few years, well, it's probably been about 10 years ago now, but it was the first time I'd ever been. I was out mushroom hunting and came across a family of skunks. It was actually the first time I'd ever came across skunks. Then to my neighbor, he had a family of skunks living underneath some junk cars that he was, there's actually demo cars, and living underneath there. He's like, when I pull these out, everybody starts shooting. So we'd pull out that demo car and we'd start shooting. And at that time, I had this really good lab that was a retriever, and he was going to bring him back to us. It's like, no, don't bring them skunks to us.
JDS wants to know, what do I think about miniature pit bulls? I have not even seen those. I mean, pit bulls in general are pretty small dogs. They're supposed to be. Because, like, if you look it up on, I don't know, Wikipedia or whatever the heck, some garbage thing, the first thing that pops up on Google. But they say 35 to 65 pounds is a pit bull, which I find funny because I haven't weighed her since, and she probably gained a little bit of weight. But last time I weighed my pit bull, she was 65 pounds. So she's probably over 65 pounds.
Hey, Brando, I'm glad you could join us tonight.
What's up, Brando? You want to hop on?
Yeah.
I guess it's time to throw the link in the chat anyway.
Yeah. But and then Rob said that he has an awesome skunk pelt that he bought from a guy.
Yeah, that was one of the things. I read that comment, and I had one too, but it was one that my dad trapped. I remember he kept, like, there was a coyote, there was a fox, there was a skunk, but there was just one. Like, he would sell the hides and stuff when he was trapping, but he always kept this one bunch of furs, and it was like a pile of different furs. Not to mention, like, of course, he would have, like, the random deer. Like, he would just, you know, pull the whole cape off the deer and then tan the entire thing. Like, doing it at home. Like, not taking it to a taxidermist and having it done. Just, like, it's probably one of those, like, wonder if I could do this. I got all the ingredients I need. Might as well. Actually, I think he went to school for taxidermy. I think he did. I could be wrong about that. But I know he was supposed to be a taxidermist, but he never actually did. He got into the family business instead.
Best dad was he was a strong hunter, and that's where we got all of our deers and bear hides and stuff. You know what he was? He was an undertaker. So he already knew how to do that stuff.
Oh, yeah. My dad's best friend in high school.
The funeral home and stuff.
Yeah, that I couldn't do that. I could be a taxidermist, but I don't think I could do the whole undertaking thing. That's just a little weird. But no, his best friend in high school actually is a taxidermist. So, like, most of the stuff my dad has, like, hanging on his walls and stuff, that guy did. And my dad has tons of stuff that isn't even at his house. Like there's a bunch of taxidermists. Like he'll go hunting with them, and they'll go out and they'll be duck hunting or whatever, and someone will be like, "Wow, that is an absolute beautiful duck." You know, like I really wanted to mount one of those things. I didn't get one. Like, you know, there's barely any holes in it because, you know, when you're hunting ducks, you're shooting with a shotgun, so there's a lot of pellets going. Yeah, it has to be steel shot because federal law. but no, my dad would be like, "Well, here, you can have it," and like he would give it to him. And I remember going to like taxidermy, not taxidermy in general, but just shows and stuff. And like we would go by places, and there'd be a little plaque, like, you know, shot by, and there's my dad's name. And it's like, no way, like you'd see it. It would be beautiful, man. Like I'm talking the kind of taxidermy where they put the glass case over it. So that like you can't even touch it, dust doesn't get to it. And my dad had a bunch of them too.
Rev, you got some awesome mounts in your house right now that most people don't know about.
I only have 4. Yeah, in the house 4. Out of the house I have like, I don't know, 7. Those are all like little tiny bucks, and most of them are just ones I found in the woods behind my house.
Yeah.
No, I got this nice 9-point over here. I got the freaking huge 8-point over here. It's got 14.5-inch brow tines, which is the very first point after it comes off. Like that thing is gigantic. Everybody that's ever seen this deer says that's the longest brow tine I've ever seen on any deer. And the bad thing was, I think they estimated it was like 4 when I shot it. And if it would have made it to like 6, like it's real close, like together. But if it would have been made it to like 6, it would have been way out. That thing would have been a record because that's like, I think it's a 180-inch deer. Or wait, no, it wouldn't be Pope and Young, or would be Boone and Crockett. Boone and Crockett, I think. I think Pope and Young is bow, and Boone and Crockett is rifle. Well, I shot it with a muzzleloader, single shot. That's all you get. 50 caliber muzzleloader. Although it is a modern muzzleloader, so it might as well be a dang rifle, you know, like.
About to get in here, man. He's got a new dog today. Come in here and show us your new dog.
Yeah, go for it. And I got this elk.
I've got the link right up here, guys.
Yeah,
Come in here and join us.
Yeah, and then I got this elk over here, which is a 6x6. Barely. Well, in my mind, barely, but it's a 6x6.
But you know, most people in the live stream and stuff don't realize what you got hanging up on your walls, but because you showed us, you know, a long time ago what you got hanging up. That's how
I don't really have much hanging up. I mean, just deer, picture, elk.
Yeah, picture back here. Then what's your shelf over here got on?
Well, everybody's favorite picture, and then there's just a couple random ones back here. I mean, they're not anything special. I do like that picture right there. Hang on a second, Bonnie. I'll get you. This picture right here. It's like you can't see it, but there's like a old-timey mountain man right here, and he's looking into a stream, and the reflection in the stream is a bunch of Native Americans. But
I think I got that over my hallway.
Oh, yeah, I love that. Well, I can show it. What's up,
family?
Look what I got.
Cool. Another little Chihuahua.
That's small, ain't it?
Smaller than Bud.
Oops.
It's the glare.
Bud's way big, about 2/3 the size of her. Man, my gain's way up. Oh, if I made an ass out of myself the other night, I'm sorry. I want to say that right off. I did it.
The only person I think you owed anything to was Sherry.
No. No, I apologize to you, not her.
Yeah.
But that's the picture with the mountain dude there looking into the stream, and then you can see the Native Americans, which is cool because if you flip it upside down, you can see the natives there.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't got that one.
Yeah.
Best Dad was in the Native American paintings and stuff too. I mean, we inherited tons of those paintings when he passed away.
I don't even want to get that one off the wall, but I got another one that's awesome, man. I really like this one. My parents just showed up and they were like, "Hey, we don't have a room on our wall for it, so we're gonna give you this picture. You got to hang it up." I'm like, "All right, cool." It's water buffalo, or
The picture you got hanging up there of the girl, that is like monumental to your live streams.
Yeah,
For me.
it's my lady.
when you're on the couch, by the couch or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so much easier this way because I got both my monitors here. And if I go over there, then I have to pick this monitor up and flip it around and then take the mouse with me and make sure I have everything set up so I don't need my keyboard. But if I do, then I have to get my keyboard. And
Look, I got a miniature dog like you got.
it's like a it's like a dog, but smaller.
They spray
Look
pretty
at
good.
that. Look at that. I've been like, she's melted my heart all day. I got her today, but all day long, this dog has melted my heart. That's how big.
He's little.
That's a little thing. And she is so lovable, man. I can't believe it.
Yeah, because chihuahuas are usually one owner, because I've had a few chihuahuas, are one owner dogs. And
She's 2 years old. They gave her the papers. They gave it to her, to us, and papers, shots, records, all that. And but when I was rubbing her, she reminded me of a Rev's dog. How she's loving. You see, when she loves me, she hugs up against me, and this dog. I love this little dog. I just got her today.
my lab was like this. Her name's Kia. She's my chocolate lab. I got 4 lab dogs, and 3 of them's black and 1 of them's chocolate. And she's the mom of 2 of them. But she loves me so much that it's unreal. It reminds me of Rev and his dog, because she's like right up on me all the time.
That look when he rubs her on the head and on the surface, and she squats down there, is that. And this dog does that same thing. And that's why I said this was like a miniature Rev dog. Look at that, man. Look. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I love it when they tuck their head under your chin.
Oh, she does it right in my fold of my arm. She'll be like this right here, and she'll lay there like this.
Yeah. I spent like an extra, I don't know, hour in bed today just because my dog would come up and like put her head right on my chest because she wanted me to pet her. But I thought about taking some more pictures of her, throw them up on Instagram or something. But then I was like, well, I haven't been on Instagram for so long. Why break the trend?
I don't do much with Instagram. My daughter set me up a page or whatever for it, but I never go on it. And she does stuff on there. Maybe I don't know if she does or not, because I never check it.
Yeah, it's just yet another social media thing I need to check, and I need to like put things on. I only have 2 pictures on Instagram. I've been on there for like 2 years. And I put them on like immediately.
I go where I like Instagram pretty good. There's nothing to you look at a picture and you say, hey, I like it, and that's move on to the next thing.
You know what drives me nuts about it is when they have a picture but no description. And it's just like you're sitting there looking at it like, what the heck? Why did they take this picture? Like, at least just tell me, thought this was cool, or, you know, something like that. Or,
you got to use your eye of the beholder.
Yeah, well, that doesn't work when you're used to Twitter where you're just flipping through, like looking at stuff really quick.
I've never got into Twitter. I got too much to say. Let me turn my game down. I got too much to say for that little space.
Well, you can just keep going forever. You just like ... and like, or put 1/ whatever, like 1 of 2, 1 of 3, 1, you know, whatever, or just 1, and then the next one put 2 or what. I never did that, but that's where I go for my news. Because I follow like everybody. Like I follow like CNN and Fox and like Huffington Post and like you name it. I like, or I don't even know. No, I think they kicked InfoWars off of there. I think at one point I had them on there too, just to see the variations of the headlines. Because it's so funny when one news story comes out, like you got the left saying all this stuff, and then you get the right saying completely different stuff. You see the people in the middle that are like, "What's wrong with both of you guys?" And then, like, I don't know. I think it's hilarious. But that's where I go for my news. You can get it quick. And no, I found out about like every breaking news thing like 2 hours before it hit any like mainstream news, because it was always like some weird channel that was like, this just happened, and you're like, wait, who the heck is that? Like, I don't even remember following this person. And the next thing you know, it's like this next level, like if you want to call it a scale of like, here you got CNN, Fox, MSNBC, you know, CBS, ABC, all that crap up here, and then down here you got your like blogger or whatever. Like I would see it start down here, and finally it would make it all the way to the top, and then you know, now they're talking about it. But I would see everything happen like in real time on Twitter, and that's why I always liked it. I guess the same could be said about Facebook, because if you're always on Facebook, always looking through, like you probably, and you follow the right people, you'd get the exact same stuff. You would get news like before the mainstreams actually.
You don't need Facebook unless you're a voter.
You're a voter?
It's a platform for politicians to promote their agenda, whether it be who you believe in or who you don't believe in. That's all it is. I go through Facebook, and that's what starts my day off bad sometimes.
That's one thing I never liked about Facebook, when they started like censoring stuff and trying to like get rid of fake news or whatever. No, leave that stuff up, man. If it's fake, people will figure it out it's fake, and everybody will know. Like, don't censor anything. Just keep everything up. Like, I want people to say they just found out that Donald Trump's an alien or some crap like that. Like, whatever. Like, it's going to come out true or false.
All politicians are a piece of crap, whether they just were.
Yeah, that's exactly. You hit the nail on the head. They've been bought out. They could start out being the, a perfect person, but eventually that money talks, and they get corrupted. Every one of them is so corrupted that it ain't funny. You know, to me, I want a 20-year investigation on all politicians, senators, congressmen, presidents, and everybody needs an investigation on all of them, and hold them accountable and send their asses to prison.
The good thing is there are a few good ones out there.
Very few.
Yeah,
it's time to start doing complete investigations, not from the CIA, not from the FBI, from independent people like us, to where they get them, because they're so damn corrupt. They took so much money and stole so much and did so much dirty stuff. It's time to hold them accountable and send their asses fucking to prison for 20 years or plus. I'm pretty. You got me on a subject that.
Well, I mean, that's a sensible. I'm with you on that.
It's time to send their motherfucking asses to prison, because they're all dirty and corrupt. And if you're
treasonous,
you talk to a corporation and they're sending you money, your ass should be go to fucking prison.
If you're treasonous to the country and the union that's been here for so long, we should get to vote whether you get hanged or electrocuted.
Yeah, because a lot of these politicians need to get going, get the fuck out of here. And my another thing is that only 2 terms are you allowed in Senate and Congress. No, or the fucking judges.
Well, Congress
no
only
lifetime fucking stuff.
Well, Congress is only 2 years, so that'd only be a total of 4 years. So maybe 4 terms of Congress.
I mean, two terms is what I was saying. 2 terms. Senate, Congress, you can be a senator or congressman for as many times you're elected.
Yeah, like, well, Senate, you have 4-year term, or is it 6-year? But congressman, you're only in there for 2 years. Every 2 years, you have to go up for a vote and see if you're getting kicked out or not. I forget, is it 6 or is it 4 for Senate? Well, I feel dumb right now. I think it's 6.
I looked this stuff up not so long ago so that I would know, so I could say it when it came up. It never came up until now, and I can't remember.
I got a pocket Constitution right in my garage. I have them everywhere. I have one in my center console. I've got like 5 on my dresser. I've got one in my garage. I've got one of my tool bags. Oh, my cooler. I got a cooler sitting over there. It's got a Constitution in it.
But
I've seen the real Constitution
and be sit there. I don't think it's right for the judges to be in there for a lifetime. They're old and all passed out and the fucking watching all. No, 2 terms, you're done. Get out of here. And everybody needs an investigation on them throughout. What do you think, Downey? You think they all could be investigated, every one of them, well, especially when you become millionaires after
it depends on who's friends with the people who's investigating. It depends where the money goes. It depends. These days, there's too many variables to make a clear decision, and that's what the biggest thing that we're preyed upon now. Because not only do I know that, they know that, and they've already been doing that 2 years before I was able to know what I know now.
It's like Obama was just barely a millionaire, and now he's like a 50 to 100 millionaire. It's like crazy how much money he's got now. Why he was in office. This is not after he got in office. So that's dirty and corrupt. He's stealing money from people.
Well, all I got to say is that I before Obama ever became president, I would have voted for Hillary. Before Hillary, I would have voted for John McCain.
Oh, Ben has his little dog on there.
A new little dog.
I know. I saw it.
See, no, I would have voted for John McCain, the old guy. I would have voted for the old guy, but I didn't. No, I would have voted for Hillary, but I ended up wanting to vote for the old guy. All right. The second go around, I voted for Mitt Romney, or whatever the fuck his name is, because he's a dumbass. That was the first time I feel like that there was a pawn put in place because there's already a true judgment on the end. The money bought Obama his first presidency.
Yeah.
And the second presidency, he got 8 years when he got voted in the first time through what they'd done through the scam and how they done it. Mitt Romney was a pawn in that deliberation, and so was Hillary Clinton and all of them then. That's why when Trump come in, he threw a monkey wrench in all the gears of the indoctrinating ideas for what you need to believe through news.
Hey, when Bobby Knight told me was saying who to vote for, which is a fucking straight up motherfucker. It told me who to vote for. When Bobby Knight supported Trump, it totally took me over the edge to who I was voting for.
I just want to see Bounty's dog.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bobby Knight.
This is my new little baby.
Oh,
Look at that. Isn't that the most? She's 2 years old.
she's
This is
2 years old.
2 years old. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I saw her on Facebook. I saw her in your lap. I told Erica, I said, I want to see Bounty's dog.
I had she
And
is
you have your
Mel-
other dog.
Well, yeah, I got him over there, but I've been keeping him at bay. He likes her too. My dog, I gave him. We were cooking fish. I cooked catfish, flounder. I had a lot of stuff in the freezer, so I was taking stuff out that's been in there a while. So I fried flounder, catfish, and 2 different styles of barbecue salmon and garlic herb salmon that we had frozen. So I cooked it today. So I gave a little slither to Bud, and I gave a little slither to her, and she gobbled it right up. I put a piece over there at Bud, and usually he'll just bite it and gobble it right up, but he just like kind of look at it. So sit on the floor and he sniffed at it, and he took 2 steps back away, and she walked over there, and I stuck my foot like, no, it's yours, Bud. And Bud was like, I could tell he was telling me like, no, I want to give it to her. And she walked over and looked over at him, turned her head, looked over at him, and reached down and picked it. And my heart melted again because I seen my dog loves us. My little bud, he loves us so much like we love
Yeah,
him.
I know. I've seen pictures.
And
I just
and
want to
then,
see a picture of the new puppy.
and then when this dog come in the house, he is I don't know where he's at right now. He's probably went and laid down. Bud. No, he's right there. He's right there looking at me. He's watching me hold her. But she'll sit right here with me. She has been held. The mom, the person who, the older lady that bought this dog, papers and all, I got all the papers. She is moving to South Carolina into retirement home where she can't have her.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Her son has a dash hound. No, not a dash hound. A basset hound. Is a basset hound, and she's starting to come in heat. And he was like, "Man, this is my mama's dog, but mama seen your dog and stuff, and it's like same thing for Bud. I wanted Bud to have somebody like I had my wife, and and that woman wanted this dog to have someone like her husband. So that's what's went on. Those two videos I posted today, that is, we sent it to her first, and she is overwhelmed with joy.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I saw. I saw where you got that.
Our Black Lab's got, which is Kira, the dog that loves me the most. That's his wife or girlfriend and stuff.
Yeah, and they have two girls.
We got two other girls and stuff. Yeah.
I got a little bed. She's so small. I got a little bed made right here in front of me on my desk. Look, right there she is. I got a little one of my shirts folded up right here in front of me. I can still tie it and do everything, and she'll sit right there. And she I got to keep myself all the way against my desk. Long as she feels me against her, she'll sit there. But if I move back, she comes to me and ready to be in my lap. So
we've had several Chihuahuas, but they ain't been too friendly, have they not?
We've had two Chihuahuas.
That was what I was scared of.
One, it bit the kids.
Yeah.
I gave it.
Well, that's what I was scared of with this dog. I was scared what it was that they wanted to give me this dog because she papers and all that and sent these beautiful pictures of her. I was scared that she was like that. I was like totally caught off guard when that dog come in and just love it there and take her and I'd hug up on her, hold her, trying to love with her and get her my scent on her. And she'd run her little face right there in my arms and just run it there and hide and kind of hide. And then I'd let her go and she wouldn't go to the kids. Nobody. She'd go to my wife, sit in my wife's lap, and my wife just melted like,
really?
This is my dog.
Most female dogs love the male owner.
Well, that's when Ginger was here. She would rather stay with Ginger, and Ginger, she likes Bud. But if I said, "Hey, let's get rid of Bud," she'd be like, "Okay," like that. But she does care for Bud. When this dog got in her lap, I've never seen it before. We've had cats. Well, Roxy, we had a Rottweiler, and Ginger loved that dog like I did. And when Roxy eat that damn
lizard,
she eat a lizard. We thought she'd eat a frog, but she eat a lizard because they're both toxic. But a blue-tailed lizard, the one, they're toxic. She eat it. And
we got those little lizards, the blue-tailed lizards.
If a dog eats it, a gnat could fly by, and my Rottweiler would try to pounce on her. We had her for like 8 months, and then one day I come home from work, and she's shooting that water out her butthole that far, just like a pitcher pouring. And I'm like, oh, well, I thought somebody poisoned her because I'm skeptical kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we took her to see whatever. There's nothing that they can do. If some dogs, 10% of the dogs that eat them can pass them. She was not in that 10%.
We have the amazing guinea pigs.
So Ginger wouldn't have a dog. She can't. She wouldn't gonna allow herself to get close to another dog. And we had 2 cats, which Ginger got attached to Zelda. But we
Our
brought
cat's a
up,
damn thief, man. We got 2 cats. Them motherfuckers will come in the house. You know, the first thing to do, they'll try to get in our cabinets and eat our bread and different stuff. Our cats are the thieves.
that was the bottom line for Ginger because we got another cat. Ginger got kind of attached to Zelda because Zelda was a really good cat and she was hanging out.
Yeah.
But we got another cat. I had one cat that would wake us up in the middle of the night going through the dishes. We having dish drain because we're lazy, but we'd wash the dishes.
Really?
And you hear the dishes clacking together. And then you get looking for because we had one called Azrael at that time and one called Zelda. Zelda was the one that we had for about 2 years.
Azrael was Gargamel's cat.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, but look at the names. That had nothing to do with the Smurfs, my friend.
Mine would have been. I love the Smurf.
I almost want to body slam any fucking cat that comes in the house because when somebody steals from me, like the cats do.
Hey, I challenge you right now, Rev. I challenge you right now to look up Azrael.
Yeah, wasn't it like a fallen angel or something?
Black sheep. All fallen angels were black sheep of their community. If you ever felt like a black sheep, well, that's Azrael.
Cat.
Azrael as the daughter of hell. I'm not a Satanist. I'm just saying I know these things.
Yeah, but do you guys really like cats? Because I don't like them because they're sneaky and thieves. Man, I could, like, if I laid something right here on this table where I'm sitting, them motherfuckers would come and snag it off and eat it.
It's not that for me. I know what you're talking about. It's not that for me. For me, the cat he covers its poop up and all that stuff, and it messes with her poop, and it doesn't wash its hands. And then when I'm, because my dogs come up and I'm eating, I give them a portion of it, and they know it, and I love it that they know it, and they love me because of it. But a cat, I always want to wash my hands when I handle it. Like I always want to wash my hands. With my dogs, I don't feel like that. My dogs let me in the face, and sometimes they get me in the mouth and stuff, but they love me, and that makes me love them so much that it's so unconditional that whether it's good or bad.
I love Eric more than they love me. Eric loves the dogs more than he loves me.
The girl dogs love me more for some reason. And for some reason, girl dogs love the male owner more than what a male dog loves a male owner.
CBDs. I'm not smoking anything illegal. I have CBDs. So I want to disclaim that on Rev's live stream right now. I've got the box right here of what I'm smoking, and I bought it right here legal here in my area because I'm trying to quit smoking the real thing. So I do have this. So Rev, that's what that's about. It's legal here.
Do you guys feel like the female dogs love the male owner more than what a male dog loves the male owner?
I've always been told that, but I've had male dogs that didn't like anybody. Like I was in charge of it.
Yeah.
My dog, that dog hated me.
German Shepherd that we had didn't like nobody.
He bit everybody.
It bit people and stuff. I was glad when he passed away because
he bit the mailman and
the
UPS.
That's why I don't trust the German Shepherd. I mean, he was loyal to us.
You just gotta admit it, a puppy. We
got puppy. And
I've only been bit by 3 different dogs, and that was a German Shepherd, a Chihuahua, and a black lab or a chocolate lab. And it was the chocolate lab was our dog, and that damn thing bit me in the face like 3 times. And the German Shepherd was the neighbor's dog. The dog hated me. And the freaking Chihuahua was my sister's. But even she knew that was a bad idea to have that Chihuahua. she got rid of it before she had kids. Like when she got pregnant, she was like, "Dog's gone." I think she gave it to like her stepmother-in-law or something like that.
Our labs don't let you get it out of the car, dude. And that's the reason I like it. We live out here in the middle of nowhere. That if it wasn't for my labs, I bet we would have been robbed tons of times. You know, you have kids that want to come on your property.
People that got broke down in the middle of the night.
Oh, shit.
That was sketchy. I took a fucking
gun out with you.
It was a BB gun.
You know, our labs are so protective because
they wouldn't get out of the car. They're like, "Can you get your dogs away?" And here I had
yeah, and we keep female labs for that reason because they're protective. Or we would have been robbed so many dang times out here where we live. Yeah, meth heads that would try to rob us for the metal that we got on our property or anything.
That was a scary night.
You know, because Indiana's one of the top states for meth.
And then I gave him a jump, and I had my dog and my fake gun with me.
Yeah, so is West Virginia. That's high on the list too.
Yeah, look at number one state is Indiana. They'll be taking these farmers anhydrous ammonia out of their tanks and robbing it and stuff and making meth. I think they've cracked down. I don't hear much about meth no more as much like we did. I think they did such a good job at protecting people that.
Now the problem we have around here is fucking these little kids calling in school threats.
Calling in school threats, yeah. We've had that happen a bunch here lately.
What, just didn't want to go to school?
No, I like calling in threats on like a football game.
And you know, like a sporting event and different stuff.
Jesus, man. That's not just trying to get out of a test there.
No.
Well, the last one this was just the other day, they arrested him. A 14-year-old girl that said something about a guy gonna.
Well, actually, I don't agree with this. Tell me if you agree with this. Like, her dad said, "I'm gonna go," because she was getting bullied or something. "I'm gonna go in there with a gun and shoot these people up." So this girl went to the football game and said that her dad said that. And then the girl gets taken to
detention center.
Detention center.
She said that
And
because
nothing happened to her dad.
Yeah, because he didn't have nothing on him or nothing.
Yeah, they searched his home. They searched his car.
It's messed up.
Yeah, Coast County ain't far from us. I bet you get Channel 10 News, don't you?
Channel 10. We got 18 here. 36 and 3.
We get 10 and 2 and 38. We used to. I don't watch TV no more.
I haven't watched TV, and I did when I went to Canada, but that was the first time since 2008 or 2007.
You see Coast County all the time on Channel 10 and 2 News all the time. He's so close to us.
Yeah.
Cemetery is.
Fox News and all kinds.
Yeah, that's 38, or it used to be 38. I don't know what it is anymore.
Fox News now.
Dog's over here snoring.
I don't know what mine's up to. They're probably in the mischief.
Mine's not causing any disturbances. Oh, now she's awake.
Yes, Meth County.
The other day I went to the grocery store and I had like just a tiny little bit of Chex Mix in a bag. And then I had like half a bag that I actually like rolled it all up and then I set it underneath this coffee table. And I don't know, it was good. Like I've been doing this method for weeks and everything seems to be fine. But then one day I went to the grocery store and I came back like literally like 15 minutes, and both bags were like ripped apart, and the dog found both of them.
Oh, dang.
She's been farting ever since, man.
You don't know dog farts until they eat something dead.
Yeah, let your dog eat a dead something out there that's been sitting dead for a while, then come in the house and they start
Oh,
farting.
good
God, you want
Lord.
to talk about run you out of the house?
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Our labs will eat because we only have Ashley lab.
And there goes his internet again. Double check. Yep. Nope. Not my internet. There it goes. Now you're back. Whatever you just said, we didn't hear. You cut out, and then now you're back.
Yeah, I know.
No, don't.
I was just saying that, like, we let 2 of our labs in the house, which is an old lab that he's the male of the
family.
family.
Almost 13.
Yeah,
Almost 13.
He's almost 13 years old, and he'll go out there and eat stuff. And you talk about fucking stinking when they eat something dead. It'll gross you out. We have to let him outside because it stinks so bad. Then we got Kia, which is my dog, kind of. She is my dog.
She's 4.
And she's 4. But boy, you talk about eating something dead and coming in the house. We don't do it. Every dog wants to either roll in something dead or eat something dead.
Or both.
Yeah, or both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up with hunting dogs because my dad's a big hunter. So we'd have Brittany Spaniels and Labs and, you know, all these different dogs that would go out and hunt. Well, when you go out and hunt, they're the first one to find the dead thing.
They are.
You end up like, what the hell is wrong with this dog? How come they're not keeping up? And like, you go back to where the dog you last saw the dog, and they're like rolling in a dead animal or something that's been dead for months.
Yeah.
Why we have my dad? Coon dog.
No. The yellow lab.
No, that little coon dog.
Oh, we had a coon dog. A little basset. Beagle.
Beagle. Oh my gosh.
That little son of a bitch would go find everything dead.
Oh gosh.
What's up, Lewis?
Because when Best Dad died, we inherited his yellow lab and his little beagle dog.
Well, 2 of them. We had 2 of them, didn't we?
This one.
My sister, I had a dog, and when she moved in with me, she moved in with me, then we moved, but whatever. She decided, like, I'm going to get a dog. So she just went, she went and bought a pocket beagle, which is like a miniature beagle. They're tiny, tiny little things. But she really, I mean, looking back especially, but at the time I knew I should have done something. But she was not like a good dog owner. And that dog was I hated that dog. Like that dog.
We didn't like our beagle either.
That was another dog that bit me. I forgot because it bit me one time so hard that it actually punctured my thumbnail.
Right.
Like the tooth actually punctured my thumbnail, and I had a blood blister underneath it.
Damn.
But that dog was such a little asshole. That thing, like if you gave it food, back the hell up, because that thing will bite your feet, bite your hands, bite anything that comes near its food, which my pit bull will not do that. That's one thing I do. Like when I first get a dog, I will mess with their food. Like I'll give them food and then I'll like dig around in their food while they're eating. And usually like they don't like it at first, but it's I don't know, it's a dominance thing. Like you're just like, I can
You get your scent in the food and they get used to your scent and
yeah, or I'll take it away and make like other family members give them the food. That way they understand this family member is higher on the chain, the pack than you are. Dog's at the lower point. Like I wanted to do that with my nieces and nephews so they would never have anything to worry about with my pit bull. But my sister was scared of them at the time, so they never came around or weren't allowed around my pit bulls. But no, I mess with dogs like that all the time just to like because you should be able to do that. You should be able to take the food away from your dog without your dog biting your arm. You know, like that
Yeah, because
should be
it pisses me off. Like, I gotta say gentle, easy. Like, if I get something, like, let's say a small French fry or something small to the dog, I gotta say easy. Or they're like, you know what I'm saying? But if I say easy, they're like, really take it
they
out.
do it in slow motion where they just come in and just gently grab it. And yeah, that's how my
but if I don't say easy, boy, they're like, you know, and then they'll get your fingers. But if I say easy, these
It's
labs
not
know.
like they don't eat.
Yeah, it's not like they don't eat all
they
the time.
stand there, and every time you eat, they stare at you.
That's a chow hound right there. That's my last dog was like that. She, oh my God, she would like, if you tried to give her something, like I'd be eating and I'd like have like an extra piece of fat or something. And I would put it on the fork and give it to her. Like you could hear her teeth smack off the fork. Like she was.
I don't like that.
Worse. Yeah, that's how
How
my
many
last.
times I discipline the dogs about easy. Get it easy. And if I say easy, they know now what easy means. I mean, it's rarely taken out of my hand without nipping my damn fingers when they fucking
Yeah.
want to fucking.
Mine is nice, and then you hand it to her. But my pit bull, like I said, she's always in slow motion. She just like comes up and like just barely grabs it, and if you hold on to it, she'll just sit there with her teeth on it. Like, I thought you were giving this to me, but you're not letting go. Why isn't this mine?
It'll be Albert,
Yeah,
our old dog.
I know.
I feel bad. Like my lab's 12 years old, our male lab, and man, he can barely hardly walk. His hips are going out and stuff. And you know, a lab's life expectancy is only like about 12 years.
11, 12 years.
Yeah.
And like
He's
in the wintertime,
rocking,
he's doing good. Wintertime, you thought he's on hospice and gonna die, and then there comes spring and summertime, and he's back at stuff again, better than what he was.
He's rocking it.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think our lab was 8 when it went away. And by went away, we went out. Like my dad would always do the same thing over and over again. He'd go out to the kennel because this was an outside dog because it was a hunting dog. And he would open up the kennel and just let the dog just run around the yard. And it would like get all its energy out and stuff like that. Well, it did that. And then one time it like ran around the house. And when it went around the house, it disappeared. We never saw it again.
Oh, yeah.
Which his theory is somebody was on the side road and saw the dog and was like, come here, got it in their car and then took off with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Labs don't got the longest life expectancy. I love them because they're so loyal
We
and
had
smart
one that was 8.
that passed away.
And
But she'd been, because she'd chased cars, she got hit
hit.
like several times and had a big, like,
yeah, we
mangled side and stuff.
I actually didn't take her to bed. I took her to Jen's, remember?
Yeah, I took him to another guy that knew a lot about dogs instead of the vet because he was
We
just as
wrapped
good
her
as a
up
vet
and
and what to do. But
she lived for a long time after that, but she finally just died on the.
I've had 3 dogs get killed by vehicles, 1 dog get killed by a go-kart, and 1 dog that had to be euthanized. I'm particular over my dogs once I get attached to them anyway.
mhm.
No, I can't.
See what Pedro said? That's funny.
We're
My
not
dog's
good
pretty much the
people.
same way. All I gotta do is tell her not to eat. Like if I don't tell her not to eat, she'll just go ahead and start eating. But if I tell her not to, she'll just sit there right in front of her, like her food and just look at me like, when can I do it? Like I want to do it now.
Look at this little baby here. Come here. And she comes, I can call her just a little bit, and right there she'll be. I don't need a bath. Look at that. Look at that, Rev. Look.
Little cute.
Your dog would choke to death on this dog.
It is like a miniature pit bull.
It is. She'll run Bud off. You don't have to worry about Bud pasturing too much because when she growls, he moves the hell out of the way. Come here, Bud. And she knows that, like when I say outside, immediately she's ready to go.
Oh, if I would have said that, my dog would be at the back door, like, where the heck are you? Why aren't you over here, like, opening this door for me? That's what I say when we wake up. She'll be sitting, like, laying on the bed right next to me. And that's how I get her out of bed. I'm just like, want to go outside?
What's that?
She didn't hear it.
You think you outside? Right in the mouth. I mean, it was like she got past the back of my teeth. I mean, that was a deep one.
That's like this morning, my dog licked me twice on the nose, and I swear she went in the nose. Like,
Yeah, I've had them go in the nose and in the mouth and stuff.
like, what the hell, dog? I don't want that.
You ready to get down?
But
It's like having a little puppy, you know, that don't want to ever grow up.
We had a pet cemetery dog once. Man, that motherfucker got ran over so many damn times out here. And then it'd go in the woods for a day or two, come back and be all right again, get ran over, you know, later on. And this happened, dude. I'm not kidding you guys. It was actually freaky. And my neighbor was like, man, that dog's fucking scary and freaky. Then it was like, he'd get ran over, go in the woods, get ran over, go in the woods, and come back, get ran over. It happened like 8 to 10 times. And it was fucking creepy. I would come back, nothing happened after the woods.
Hey, Rev, my wife's getting off work here in a little bit, and there's a new series on, I can't think of the name of it right now, on Netflix. It just came out the other day, and I promised her I'd watch it with her, so I'm going to be ready and available. But I do want to tell you something. I remember Friday night, I got fragments of memory. I'll show you. I've been kind of hiding it, but if you look here on my nose, you see all that right there. You see these dots? I got shiggles inside my nose, and right here, I went to the doctor because I was having this fit where, you know, I think the biggest thing was going on every time I go live, my nose would start itching. I didn't want people to think that I was doing drugs, but so I got prescribed again because my shingles are coming back. I got prescribed again. Here's a whole bottle. All right. They had half of one type and half of another. They sent it to me. I was having a big problem with it that day. I didn't have no smoke. I got it's somewhere here. Some of this is allergy medicine, gabapentin. Right here it is. I took these days. You remember the time that I told you that I woke up, my wife see me walking around like I was sleepwalking in the kitchen. Later on that night, she caught me pissing in the floor, you know, in a pile of clothes, like, you know, and we just contributed to me being drunk. The problem is I've been taking this, and then I thought I didn't need it no more. And then I went to go start work, and I started breaking out shingles, and I was because you know, it's a terrible thing to work and meet new people with this. And I was really ashamed. That's not the reason I didn't go to work. The real reason it still stands. I got the emails to prove it. But these right here, if I take these and I drink, I go in the places that I don't remember. It works on me like Xanaxes. I don't get high off them like Xanaxes, but the memory loss that I get when I drink with them is just like Xanaxes. It's the only way I can describe it because I took Xanaxes years ago, and if I drank with them, I couldn't remember shit. This gabapentin is doing me the same way. I got the gabapentin.
I was on gabapentin a while for all my stuff.
If I drink with it, I lose memory, so I'm not in control of me morally. I have no filter at those times, so I do have fragments of memory. I talked to Rob Blumberg today, and he filled me in. Evidently, I offend Sherry. I offended her, but I would apologize earlier today after me trying to go live and finding out what we found out and stuff. That I'm gonna tell you right now. She had me trolled today. She has been spending her time since I've done that. She has spent her time having me trolled. She had me trolled today. She made a new account called MOE Lester. You know, my middle name is that, right? And she's one of the people that knows that. Not me. Did you know that my middle name was Lester? Well, Sherry's like one of the
almost everybody's middle name.
Well, Sherry's one of the three, and I thought you were one of the three. You didn't know it, Eric. You know it now. But Rob Blumberg, Rev, and Sherry.
I didn't even know it.
Man, I was on that your live stream the other night from the almost.
She got mad at Dojo because she got mad at Dojo while he was live with me, and then had him trolled too today. You don't believe me? Ask Dojo. Now I went on a rant, but I was out there. I was drunk and everything. But there are things that has been said about me that I know that when she was being trolled by all the things and the stuff where people somewhere else was showing her live stream, she thinks that I have something to do with promoting that and making that happen. All right. This is where it stemmed from. That's why I was unmodded. I was unmodded because that's what she believed. I didn't say anything about it. All that I done was unmod her because I was unmodding her. There was a reason why she didn't like me. I didn't know. I didn't ask or inquire. When I unmodded her, the next time she come in, I was asked why she was unmodded, and I didn't tell you behind the secrets. I didn't make no secrets. I told the reasons why. I don't say I hate you or anything, but you don't trust me to be a mod in your what in good faith could I have? Do you understand that? That's all it's about. It's all it's about. Now I went off later, not at the end of the night. You were there, Rev. I don't remember going to bed. I woke up to a live stream still going. All right.
I was there from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, and when I woke up next morning,
we were together before you went live.
I know it. You were the first one with me, but you know I had took that, and then I didn't have no smoke, and I took the gabapentin, and I took a double dose of it because if you take enough of it, you can get a kind of a stony feeling, not drunk, not whatever. You get kind of high off of it, like you would smoking weed. Near it, but nowhere near the same. I drank a lot on top of it, and I was slamming. I slammed before I went on that rant. That I remember bits and pieces of, but Rob Blumberg gave me a full detail, and I know he's telling me the truth. And it made me, because I didn't have the memory, but once I got someone told me, I was able to remember it. That's where I was at with it, I'm like, you know, I've drank for a long time and I never get like that. The only thing that was different that I doubled up on my Valtrex because the shingles, you see that right there? Look here. It's getting on my face and stuff and up in my nose. I thought it was going away. I stopped. I doubled up on everything, and then I couldn't find the weed, and I slammed on that. But I have been at the end of rumors. The reason that I was unmodded, the reason that I've had a problem with being unmodded, not because modded means a fucking thing to me, because it don't. I don't never fucking use it nowheres that I'm a mod, only in my live stream. I don't use it. How many times you see Bounty mod?
I've never used my mod except for a few times when you was getting trolled like no other when we was calling.
What I do give a fuck about is someone saying that the reason that people are putting them on live stream somewhere else is because something that I've done, because I'm able to do something or another to get people their watch time and stuff, and using what I've built my channel on against me into blaming somebody. And then guess what? I'll show you proof, but Rev told me something a long time ago when I first started growing my channel that some things are better left. I have the proof, but I'm going to tell you this right now. My 13-year-old daughter's been trolled today. All right. By a molester. A molester. All right. I got trolled in my live stream today, and I sent people to another live streams, and they come in there and trolled and hating on me. Well, this has not been happening. But as soon as I had a fucking problem with the person that gets trolled the fucking most, who won't show their stuff, had people coming in my live stream putting thumbs down. Had my wife got fucking trolled today. My wife got trolled today. All right. And all she said was that she. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm not getting trolled, but since I had a problem and I said that stuff to someone that's getting trolled, that is blaming me for them being trolled. That's why I'm saying no. I'm not going to apologize anymore to her. I apologize to you guys because I remember the part about the dogs, Rev, and I know how much you love your dog, and you're just saying with me on it. But I was triggered, and I was triggered. I felt like I needed to defend myself. I tried to play it off to where I wouldn't listen to it, but it kept building in me, and I didn't realize today. I was so far out on the alcohol and the gabapentin that I didn't realize that there was any problem today until I went into Everything Spicy's live stream, and he didn't want to talk to me. I went to some other people live streams that don't even Blood X, and they were against me because they've then went and worked against me since then. Now I have somebody has a vendetta against me because, yeah, I got drunk, made some mistakes, said a couple things, but I haven't been making rumors about nobody. I haven't told you not to like anybody or not anybody. My biggest problem I've ever had on YouTube was people believing things that other people want them to believe about me. Yes, I can be a fucking asshole and get drunk and out there, but I guarantee you the next day when I know the problem's there, I'm going to apologize to you, and I'm going to crawl back. I'm going to crawl to you and beg for your forgiveness. But in this matter here, I'm not going to. Once, no, I'm telling you right now, I mean every word of what I said the other night. The reason that I was upset, I went in there. I didn't believe what people were telling me when someone was saying that I was the one that had somebody trolled by somebody else across the country because I'm friends with people like fucking Dojo. All right. Well, they didn't say Dojo, but people from across the pond. My best friend across the pond is fucking Dojo. So, yes, I took offense to it because I love fucking Dojo. All right. I took a fucking offense to it because – but I didn't let it get to me because, I've been used again before between people that are trolling me because if you think that you're trolled just because what people put in the chat, then you're fucking, you don't know what you're talking about, because I'm being pitted against my friends on the premise of causing a drama between my friends because I can go emotional. They know that about me, and I'm an emotional guy because I love everybody and I try to see the best in everybody. But when people don't see the best in me, I get upset. People know that, and I'm smart enough to see that, but I wasn't able to see that until things like now. But let me tell you right now, if you've ever heard the term a wolf in sheep's clothing, I want to leave you with this. I will not say another word or say any names. If a person is scared to show how many likes they have on their videos or live stream, that's a flag. All right. Because they're really emotionally tied to the thumbs up and thumbs down, which you can really, they love you or hate you. And if they think that you're giving them the thumbs down, then they're going to go with that idea and hate you. If they're getting trolled because someone else that they were hanging out with was growing and started getting trolled, and they start blaming. So I'm gonna leave it at that, and I got to go. I love all my friends. I love you, Rev. I love you, Eric. I love you, Beth. And I'm not gonna make things up. I'm not drinking a whole lot of alcohol. I drink less than a 6-pack and 140. I'm just telling you that I can be a dickhead. I can drink too much, say too much, and talk too much. There's nothing changed, but I'm always going to stand my ground. Love you, mean it. I'll let y'all go.
All right.
Yeah.
Love you too, man.
Really, I mean it.
Wow.
So what you got going on, Beth?
I'm just listening to all this drama.
Drinking some chocolate milk.
Yes, I'm drinking some chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. I need a chocolate milk too.
Yeah. Good Lord.
That's
I'm tired of this, actually.
I can't
don't
believe
care.
all the people that say chocolate milk now. It's like I started a trend.
Outrage. I probably shouldn't say anything.
Well, there's always drama on YouTube. It don't matter. Ain't it
Good
rare?
Lord. Like, Sherry, I feel so bad for Sherry. I don't care. It was still alive. Whatever. I'm going to run my mouth.
Hang on, grab chocolate milk.
I'm at their list. You can say whatever I want.
All right.
Please come check out me and Eric. You're awesome.
I love the way chocolate milk, the cans just pop when you open them.
Right?
Yep.
What's up, Cemetery? Cemetery's still out there.
Man, there's the least like drama. We don't like drama at
I
all.
don't like drama anyways.
Ain't we, Rev?
I'm not a big fan of drama.
No drama.
But I just ignore anything that's drama. Like, I just pretend it didn't happen.
Exactly. That's what I am.
I just
I
don't.
have a hard time like drama that happens on YouTube.
Well,
That's a
anywhere. That's why I'm not on Facebook. Because there was just.
Yeah,
when
that's what happens. I have to message people on Facebook. I'm like, "Are you okay?"
Most people don't know this about me, and I don't let it out. But man, I don't even like leaving my house because I don't care for most people. You know what I'm saying? I try to, interact with people on YouTube. That way, I'm not face to face with people. I've got a bad thing about going public with a bunch of people. No, I bet.
I'm not exactly antisocial, but I don't know. I have my moments. Sometimes I love being out. I love people watching. So there's that. But usually I like people watching from my car. So like I'm in my own personal space. But like
JS you got anxiety too, man. I can't go. I don't even want like leaving the house anymore because if I go into a crowded area, it fucking just totally gets my heart racing, makes my stomach sick, and
Cemetery. Anybody know the name of it? Name of
his other account that he didn't know that he has. No, I don't know the name of your other account.
Yeah, I don't know it.
I know the names of my other accounts.
I only got one account.
Yeah.
I don't even know how many I have. I know there's at least 3. RevTez TV, RevTez Raw, and then that one channel that I made a long time ago.
JDS were the same. I worked at Staples for 14 years, and I worked by myself, and I ran the building up in the air where that I ran everything way up in the air, and I was like a conductor on the railroad, and that they heard my voice, but they never saw me. I didn't go on breaks and stuff. I only went to lunches, and just because I had to. And then I had all these surgeries and stuff, and it kind of made it worse. I've never been even like when I was a manager at Hardee's at a restaurant and stuff. Where did I stay? I wash dishes. I got paid big money to wash dishes, and let other people talk to people. Let the other people talk to people. You know what I'm saying? Because I was always a real hard worker, but I just didn't like. I didn't never want to deal with people, did I? But
Well, I never wanted to deal with people, and I got a job. Technically, I guess it would be customer service. It was fixing things, but I had to like go to where they're at, talk to them, find out from them what the problem is, look at the problem, fix the problem, then explain to them what I did. And just doing that for, I don't know, how I guess I've been doing that for like 19 years. Like you just force yourself into talking with other people and you have no problem. Like I can walk, like, I used to, like I was, well, Jack, YouTube. Like I was the guy that when people would break out a camera, I'd be the guy like taking 2 steps out of the photo kind of thing. And now because of YouTube, like someone breaks out the camera, I'm like, oh, here we go. Like, are we going live? We just gonna take a picture? Like, what's going on?
Most of my dealings with people is from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? They're not right here beside me, so it's kind of different than what it was if I left my house and went to town with people. Most people don't know this about me, but I try my hardest to try to deal with people through YouTube.
And if you talk to more and more people like I have on YouTube, you'll find out like most of them hate the sound of their own voice, don't like seeing themselves on camera. They don't want to go interact with people.
I don't watch none of my video. I put it up.
No.
I don't watch none of my videos after I post it.
Every video.
It pains me. It pains me to watch it when I have to edit it. Like it's just like, oh, shut up. Like, why do I have to hear this stupid voice again? Like it just drives me nuts. So that's why, like, usually I won't cut a lot of stuff out because I watch it one time. I'm like, all right, whatever. I didn't say anything bad. I didn't give any weird information away. Like my, address or my, what my house looks like or any weird stuff like that. It's all good. Whatever. Post it.
I wonder if a lot of the YouTube people are like us that's like got social anxiety about being around about that.
It's like 80% of everybody I've met on YouTube. And whether, I say meet, like even channels that I don't personally know, but I've watched their videos, a lot of them say the exact same thing.
Cemetery, I just stay inside and wear a mask when I go out. Well, I don't wear a mask. I never get out.
That'll just make more people look at you.
I never leave the house, hardly do I.
No.
It got so worse because, I went 2 years where I couldn't even hardly walk to my bathroom because of I'd had both of my hips replaced.
And I have horrible anxiety.
Yeah, you got anxiety too. I went to the doctor and I finally had to go to a different doctor because they kept saying, oh, it's your sciatic nerve. And finally, I went to a different doctor after a while that found out it's not your sciatic nerves, your hips are gone. And it's all got to do with my psoriatic arthritis and stuff.
Both his hips replaced and Johnson is
I take the chemo medicine so it don't get worse. And I take my chemo medicine and I'm sick for 2 days after taking it.
JDS says I talk in different voices for fun. I don't know. I've done that.
Make up languages.
Oh yeah, you do on the girls.
Yeah.
I've done that. Like go into somewhere and have like a strong northern accent. Go to a different place, have a strong southern accent. Like next thing you know, you got this like weirdly fake British accent.
Yeah, I did stuff to where somebody's from another country, you think they're talking shit about you because they're looking at you, and I'll start making up my own language because they're talking shit about you. I sit there and literally made up my own language and was talking to Beth before. It's like, oh, you're gonna sit there and talk shit to something I don't understand. I'm gonna do the same, haven't I, Beth?
Yeah.
And then I'll start.
No, just do this. Right, smack you.
You know, because
Face.
I don't care where you're from. I treat everybody as equals. But if you're going to sit there and look at me and speak in your tongue a different language and look at me, you know you're talking about me. So I'm going to sit there and just start making up shit on the top of my head like I'm talking about them and look at them.
Well, the kids on their phones, too, they'll say something and then they'll reverse it. And it sounds like a different language. And then they get Eric going on that, too.
Yeah. But have you guys not did that? Have you not been somewhere and you literally know these people are from another country and they're looking at you, laughing and talking in their language? You know, that pisses me off big time. And I'm not a racist and I treat everybody equal. But if you're going to do that to me, I'm going to sit there and do it back. And I'm just going to make up a fucking language that they don't even know and laugh back. Because it's happened a bunch.
I've had that happen in like Spanish, Russian, German, French, American. Like I've had it done. I've had it done way more times in American though, where people like they don't even care that you can understand them, and they're just sitting there talking crap about you like 5 feet away.
Yeah, I don't go for that type of stuff, man, because I wouldn't dare talk about anybody even.
Well, we've had people
And you want to do it in another
We've
language?
had people say that when you're in the chat, and I'm going like this to Eric, like, don't even say anything.
Yeah.
Like, just forget it.
Well, that reminds me of I've told this story hundreds of times, but one of my favorite moments when I moved here.
It happens to JDS and they'll think he knows Spanish. Like JDS don't know Spanish. You know?
Well, that was my thing. Well, they were speaking Spanish, but they were Honduran. And I worked with the guys, and like one guy spoke English, and obviously they all spoke Honduran, or well, I guess Spanish. But one guy spoke English, one guy spoke broken English, and one guy didn't speak English whatsoever. And they would always like talk back and forth, and like I would listen to what they were saying. Like I barely understand Spanish, but I would listen to what they're saying, and I don't know. At times you could tell they were talking about me and stuff like that, but I just sat there and made it look like nothing was going on until like we were getting close to being done with the job, which was when I stopped working with them. We still had like another month to go on like a 5-month project. But the one day I was just like, hey man, and I talked to the guy that speaks broken English. So the guy in the middle, not the guy that speaks good English, not the guy that doesn't speak English at all, but the middle guy. And I was like, hey man, what time is it? Because we were getting close to quitting time, and I guess I wanted to get out of there, or I was like going to go buy beer for the boss or whatever. But I was like, what time is it? And he was like, oh, what? And I was like, what time is it? And he was like, I what? And I was just like, ¿Qué hora es? And he was just like he had this frozen look on his face, like, oh crap, that guy speaks Spanish. And he was like 3:30. And like, and then he like ran off and like had to like talk to the other two guys really quick.
You've been talking shit about him, and he already understood. Yeah, that's funny. Because why would they sit there and look? You come from another country, and I'm not prejudiced, racist. I love everybody the same. I treat everybody the same as that you treat me. But why are you gonna sit there and talk crap about me in your language in this place, like Lowe's, for instance, was the last time it happened. Sit here and look at me and laugh and talk something in your language about me when I would never dare do that to you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And
to me, I'm the type that's like, oh, you're from another country or whatever. Hey, I'm interested in you. Let me get to know you and be your friend and stuff.
Yeah. I'm the same, JDS. I learned a lot of different languages, but mostly it's only like curse words. Like I can swear in like 5 different languages. Or wait, American, Russian. Oh, maybe 3. Dang, maybe I was wrong. Or no, wait. American, Russian, Spanish, Italian. I don't know, at least 4. I can swear in at least 4 different languages.
See, I'm fascinated where people's from and want to learn about them. And Rev, and it's like, oh, and you want to do this to me? And I just want to know more about you and your culture and learn how you cook and do different things. And you want to sit there and look at me and talk in your language, and you can tell they're saying something that just hurts my feelings. And so I sit there after they do that and make up a language of my own, because I can make up some languages that sounds like a real language, can't I, Beth? And the kids would say, "Dad, what are you speaking?"
The weird thing was the last foreign people that I worked with were Russian. And oddly, well, actually, there was a bunch of different people I worked with that were Russian. And the boss lady type person actually said that what they were speaking wasn't Russian. Like, I think they were Moldovan, but they weren't speaking like official, or they were from Russia. They were from, I think, St. Petersburg. But they weren't speaking Russian. They were speaking Russian slang, which he was like, it's like a mix. It's like Czech and Russian and like all these different languages all in one. But no, it came to a point like I understood what they were saying. Like I didn't understand the words they were saying, but like when they were saying things, I understood. Like I don't know, it was weird. It was like a sixth sense kind of thing where they would speak and I would just know like, oh, he's telling him to go over there and get this thing. You know, like I didn't know that that's what they said, but it was just the way, I don't know, maybe it was the way they implied it or something like that. But it got to the point where like I kind of understood them, even though I didn't know what word. I could never repeat it. Like I could never repeat it back to them, and they would be like, "Oh yeah, like that's the way you say it." But it was weird, man. Like to the point where I would listen to Russian songs, and I would like be able to hear, like feel, I guess I should say, what the lyrics were about, which is pretty weird. I've never had that before.
Yeah,
around a bunch of different foreign people. Usually it's
I have a hard time learning and memorizing other, like Spanish. The only thing I can remember is "Como más Pinocha." Eat more pussy.
I didn't know pussy.
Pinocha.
Oh, Pinocha. I was thinking noche because I'm like, isn't that night?
I could be, with my dialect and stuff, I could be butchering totally whatsoever. But one of my buddies that I worked with, he was from Mexico, and he always taught me, and we was really good friends. Always taught me all kinds of stuff.
JDS's comment cracks me up because it wasn't until I met Spanish people that I realized, oh, J-A-J-A-J-A-J-A, that's ha 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 ha. Like instead of H-A, because J is pronounced like an H in Spanish.
Yeah. Like Jesus is actually Jesus or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious. But I love knowing things like that. And not only that, but it rubs off on me like really quick. Like all foreign, like I always every time my dog's barking, I'm like, what are you barking about? Like I just suck that stuff up like a sponge. I say A all the time too. But I moved to the South and started saying y'all like immediately.
Oh my gosh. Like every text I sent, I'm like, y'all.
Oh yeah. Well, every live stream I go into, that's the first thing I say is sup, y'all.
Yeah. And then they look at you or don't even say anything like, are you crazy or
I moved here. Oh, I moved here in 2000, April 2000. I think it was like June. I went back to Pennsylvania where my dad or where my parents live. And my uncle was visiting because I think it was his godmother lived next door. So he would, like, anytime he was close to where we lived, he would stop by and see her and then come over and see us. And I remember, like, it was the first time I came back from here. And I just talked to him for a couple minutes, and he's like, "You really are soaking up that Southern draw, aren't you?" And I'm like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." But he called me out on like a whole pile of different words that I was saying that were like totally not Northern anymore.
Cemetery dated a Spanish girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I did a girl from Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
That was
I
the
don't think I-
Diana.
What's up with that? What's up, cornbread? That's funny.
I'm back. My internet's in and out. It's working tonight.
Yeah, the other night I was like, you know what? I should go live. And I can't remember if I was going to go live like this or I was going to go live with a video game. But either way, I like got it all ready and then the internet just went out. And it was out for like 2 hours. Like it was close to midnight when I was getting ready and it was out.
Yeah, that happened.
It was out till like
Our internet's so sketchy, man. I was just praying that tonight when I told Mikey McGee that when I go live that at 6 with him, that my internet wouldn't go out and be okay because it's so sketchy out here.
That would drive
Because
me.
I've been on live streams and people are like, I thought you done left. No, I never left anywhere. It's just my internet sucks so damn bad that it'll take us forever to download a video and stuff. And we actually did the upgrade here, several months ago, and it still sucks.
That would drive me absolutely nuts. Like I call the internet company.
There's 4 houses on my road. They're not worried about where we live. They'll be more worried about if you lived in town where there's a bunch of different people's houses and stuff. They're not worried about out here. Even my buddy that worked for the company, at the time it was called Verizon, but now it's Frontier. But he was like, they're not worried about you guys. I'm gonna let you know they're not worried about you out here. There's 4 people, and he's explaining why our internet never got upgraded and stuff. Is like we can't make no money on you guys.
Yeah, we're
not worried about you. We're not worried about you. He told me straight up, and he works for the company.
Yeah, we already put a line there. Like, we're not going to get any extra money out of you that we're not getting already by putting a new line out there so you get better service.
Yeah, that's why he told me. He both says like, we're not investing any money in you guys. You're getting your service. We're not investing any more money into you than what we have to, because what's the 4 people we make $120 off your road a month, and it ain't paying nothing for them.
Yeah, luckily for me, I'm kind of stuck between a bunch of people. Well, a bunch of houses, I should say. Like, there's a ton of houses around me. There's not a lot of people. I mean, well, there was, but like right now we're like tapering off. Like this is the end of the season. I remember Labor Day, or no, Labor Day. That was like the evacuation. Like everybody was like getting kicked out because I think my parents left the day after Labor Day. But
they literally, he told me this because he worked for him. It's like, did the bare minimum what you got to do, get their internet up, get their phones working, but spend as little money. This is Frontier and Verizon at the time. That do whatever you can, spend as little as what you can, because we're not making no money off of them.
Yeah.
And he told me that because that's the way what he was told. And he was like one of my really close friends.
No, even if he wasn't your close friend, I'm pretty sure that's the way it is, because that's kind of like business economics. Is it, financially viable to give them better service? Not really. We have them. They're going to pay it no matter what. So, screw it. We'll just not worry about upgrading their stuff.
He did manage to get me free lines built from the box to my house a couple of times. Because it gets destroyed from animals and tree stumps and stuff. But he didn't manage to do that for me and my neighbor.
Yeah, when I first
they paid thousands of dollars to do that because they had to have a trencher and different stuff out here.
That's what I was going to say when I first got my cable modem, because I was on, not dial-up, DSL. I was on DSL forever. And I finally switched back to cable because cable was horrible around here for the longest time. And then all of a sudden they flipped. Like DSL was the best, and then all of a sudden they flipped, and cable was the best, and DSL just started going downhill. But when I first signed up, they ran a brand new line from the box, which is in my front yard, all the way to the box on the house. And then just the last time I had a problem with the internet, they made me get a new modem. That didn't fix it. So the guy came out and put a brand new line from the box on the house all the way to the modem. So like we have like all new connections completely the entire way.
Mine's probably 4 or 5 years old now, but he made sure that everything got from the box by the road that it actually connects me and my neighbor both. He made sure that they ran new lines for me and him both, and they rented the trenches. So that shit was expensive for them to run all that. It's probably cost them more than what our internet bill would be for a year.
And it's not even as easy as just digging a trench, because then you have to call up all the other companies or the beforeyoudig.com or whatever the hell the thing's called, and they come out and mark all their lines so that you don't hit their lines. And yeah, it's not just like a come out, dig a ditch with a trencher kind of thing. Like it's a few days worth of work before they even start.
So I felt like how I got my money's worth for them having to come out here and do that. But for our internet and stuff, it's so, even our home phone is so sketchy. Some days it's really clear, and some days it's like trying to talk and help mom. What? I can't hear you. This shit's all sketchy.
I haven't had a home phone for so long. Actually, I think I quit my DSL because they kept making me have a home phone line. Or no. That's right. I called up and I complained about it one time, and they were like, well, you don't, like, they kept telling me I had to have a home phone line to have DSL. And then one day I called up and they were like, yeah, you don't need a home phone line to have DSL. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm paying an extra $20 a month for a home phone line that I haven't used in 4 years, but you're telling me I have to have it? And the guy was like, nah, you don't have to have it. So he got me off of that plan.
Here's where I'm at. Anywhere I call is long distance. I can call a few miles down the road. So they pretty much make you have the long distance. But like if I lived in the town of Linton, which is like 40 minutes away, hell, they can call all kinds of towns and stuff, and it's not long distance. Not where I live. Anywhere I call is long distance. So they pretty much force you to where I live to have long distance calling. So it cost me it cost us about $150 to have internet and just call telephone.
Which on my cell phone, I don't even get charged for out of the country calls, let alone, like long distance calls. Like at least every number I've ever called, I've only called Canada, US. I'm sure there's been a couple Mexicos in there because I've called, numbers I have no clue what the heck that area code is. But I'm sure there's other countries too. But I've never had a fluctuation in my bill. It's always been the exact same price for whatever phone call. but I also never used my landline for long distance. I did, but that was before I actually technically had a landline, because I moved into a condo and the phone was just already hooked up. Like the old tenant like didn't discontinue their service or something. So for like 2 months, I was like, screw it, man. I'd use the landline. I'd call Pittsburgh from North Carolina, like, hey, what's going on, everybody? And yeah, and then one day I went to call somebody and there was no phone service. Then I had to start using my cell phone. But
Well, look
that's
how my internet is right now. How many times have I went blank since we've been on this live stream? I just did it again. You know,
probably like at least a good 8 or 9 times.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate that because I pay the same amount of money as somebody that lives in town that get good service. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
To me, that's actually stealing from me.
Yeah, technically.
They're legally allowed to steal from me because they're not providing me the same service as what I'm paying for. That somebody in town's paying the same amount and getting good service.
That's one of the arguments I bring up every time I call in and complain about my service being out. Like, I'm paying for 24-hour a day service, 7 days a week. Like, not this, oh, it's after midnight, let's test the lines and shut everything down so that nobody has internet, but we can test our lines. I'm like, do that on somebody else's time. Like, I'm always live after, or not always live, but I'm always using the internet after midnight.
Are they not stealing from me though? Why am I paying the same amount with fucking less quality stuff as somebody that's living in town paying the same amount as I am that's getting a higher quality stuff? You're basically stealing my money from me. It's actually legal theft.
Yeah,
to
well,
me.
Technically, you're paying whatever you're paying for your internet. That's for 24 hours, 7 days a week. Not like, oh, it's down for an hour here, or there's a glitch and you're out for 30 seconds, or no, it's 24/7. Like,
shit, we've had our internet go out and be days at a time.
I've gotten
we still pay for that. You know what I'm saying?
I've got tons of money back because of that stuff. They won't do it when your outage happens, but if you call back after the outage, you can be like, hey, my internet was out from 8 o'clock in the morning until, 7 o'clock that night. And they will credit like most of a day on your account. I've had that happen so many times. Like, I probably have had one of my bills paid for by now.
But is it theft or not theft? Is where I'm asking.
Well, and it's an inconvenience because you're paying for the convenience of having it work 24/7. Like, not it'll work. It'll be working for 22 hours today. No, I paid for 24 hours, not 22. Like,
a few months ago, my internet would go out so much all the time that, man, it'd get so damn frustrating because hell, half the day we wouldn't even. Well, it'd be days, and we wouldn't have internet and stuff, and still have to pay the same amount as everybody else does. I pay almost $150 just to have internet and phone service because cell phones don't work out where I live.
Damn, I think I pay $44 a month just for internet, though, and that's like 100 meg download.
So to me, it's like legal theft, just same as a bank. A bank will take your money charge you all these different fees and stuff. And, well, I won't go there, but
yeah,
they're legally allowed to steal your money too.
There was a bunch of court cases that were settled that were when you have when you pay too many things at one time and you don't have enough money in the bank, that they'll do the largest one first. That way, like, oh, you're already at negative. And then every single little one that comes in after that, like, you owe $35 to the bank. You owe $35 to the bank. You owe $35 to the bank. Just because of those.
The banks can legally steal your money too. Here's what happened to my dad here recently. A guy had wrote my dad a check. He cleans cars on the side. He's disabled and stuff. And cleans cars on the side and retired. The bank had fucked up that dude's checking account stuff. So when he wrote my dad a check, it bounced. They charged my dad $15 or $20 for that dude's check bouncing, which wasn't even my dad's fault. And the dude actually had a bunch of money in the account. And it was all the bank's fault. And it was like, my dad was like, why can I charge you for you charging me all these different things? For something that you guys fucked up on. Not because. So if a bank fucks up and does improper stuff, it's okay for them to do it. But they're going to charge you if you do something wrong. That's totally wrong. These banks has got to be held accountable too.
Oh, yeah.
Because they actually did. I don't know what they did exactly.
There goes the internet again. That's funny. Okay, I think you're back now. You were out for a minute.
I'm back again. See, there it did it again. But banks they're not held accountable for their fucking mistakes. Because you know what their excuse was? Oh, we're only human. Mistakes just happen.
Well, look at 2008. They had this major financial collapse, and they're like, oh, yeah, well, we're too big to fail. And they were like, oh, yeah, well, American people will bail you out. Just gave them all kind of money. And then they're like,
it's ridiculous. Banks ought to be held accountable. If you're going to take my money for something that you did, but when it's your fault for everything, why can't I charge you interest and fines and stuff like you would charge me?
Yeah,
that's what my dad's argument was about. He about counseled this bank that he'd been at for like 40 years just because of their fuck up. So they actually, it was all their stuff, and they actually should have paid my dad back money for what they fucking did.
And one of my favorite things was with the banking collapse that happened in 2008 where they got the bailouts and stuff. I love the people that are like, but they paid that money back. Like, yeah, you don't understand fractional reserve banking because they got the money. They got to loan that money out at interest. So they're making money off of that money. Yeah, they paid it back, but all that interest that they got in the meantime, that's their profit now.
They didn't pay it back.
Yeah, well, no, a couple of them did because I saw a bunch of people that were like, oh, well, this, Lehman Brothers paid it back. And all these different banks, like they paid it back. But you go and look at it, and it's like 2 years later they paid it back, like billions of dollars. Imagine the interest at
it's dirty and corrupt, man. I'm tired of that shit, and they all got to be held accountable for it. I'm tired of this dirty, corrupt government fucking doing shit, just like the Congress, Senate. Why the American people? It's the middle class and poor people that pay for everything, and you got all these big corporations that's paying zero fucking taxes and stuff.
Or they get
Amazon stuff.
Or they get money back from the guy. Like they don't pay taxes and they get money. Like what do they call that? Like the whole corn industry gets it. Subsidies. There you go.
How can you plant a fucking crop like corn that's not profitable? My brother he owns a fucking automotive company, and he's not getting fucking money back from us. If something ain't profitable to him, he'd lose his business. So how do you keeping these companies growing these corns and stuff that's not profitable? You're paying them to plant out a non-profitable crop, like more than what their crop's worth. It don't make no sense to me.
And I've known farmers that were paid to not plant crops.
Yeah, that's because CRP.
Yeah, they're like, you got all this to grow corn, but yeah, we'll pay you as like more than you're gonna get for growing that corn to not even grow anything.
Yep, the Barnyard Chicken just ended the stream and had something to say about that. But yeah, if you're a farmer, you get all these subsidies and stuff to plant these non-profitable crops. That's not right. If it's not profitable to you, you're losing your money.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, my grandpa lost his fucking farm because the interest rates was fucking 20-some fucking % on these farmers and stuff. And you took his farm, and nowadays you're going to sit there and pay these farmers big money to not plant profitable crops. And it don't make no bit of sense. Because what they wanted is for all these small farms to fucking go bankrupt so these big corporate farms could buy them all out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the truth fact about that, man. That's fucking dirty and corrupt. And I want to hold them all accountable for it. That's why if they may be president, there'd be so many fucking government officials that go to prison.
Nah, you would just end up dead.
Yeah, just like the Clintons. The Clintons would kill me.
What's going
Would
on?
they not?
Oh yeah. That's why I said it. Like, yeah. I mean, the last president that actually spoke a bunch of truth was Kennedy. And look what they did to him.
Did.
Yep.
The CIA and the FBI, they're all in cahoots. And
And the mob.
yeah,
That's
they,
my favorite question. When people are like, "Oh yeah, well, who killed us? Kennedy? Was it the mob? Was it the CIA? Was it the FBI? Was it blah?"
all of them are in cahoots.
Yeah, all of them. Like if you listen to certain accounts, like they had different streets lined up with people ready to shoot. Like so, no matter what turn that car went down, that guy was gonna die.
Yeah. You don't know what happened if I did that. Because I'm an honest, good-hearted person. And I want everybody treated as equals and treated the same. And I'd end up dead. And Obama, fuck, that motherfucker's so corrupt. He was barely a millionaire, and now he's in the hundreds of $1 million millionaire now and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
well, just bought a house for like 15 million or something like that on Martha's Vineyard.
How do you become barely a millionaire, barely struggling to make it, you know, and doing all these non-profit stuff and making it to all of a sudden now you're president and stuff and you're in the hundreds of millions of dollars millionaire.
Well, it's not even that. It's after you're not president, because then you go on your speaking tours and you go and $100,000 a person, and you're talking to 4,000 people, and you know stuff like that. Like what? Like you really have something that profound to say?
When you didn't do nothing but golf the whole time you was in office and didn't do nothing for anybody, and whatever you did do cost the country billions of dollars. No, you need to start paying that shit back, buddy. And people might disagree with me about that, but
And Lisa, I think the entire nation knew about him and Marilyn Monroe.
yeah.
I don't think that was a big secret.
All you gotta do is say it's Marilyn Monroe and JFK, and people pretty much know what was going on there. The dairy farmers that Pedro are getting fucked over, man. They got so many outputs just to produce. If you watch these farming videos, if you ever watch how many outputs and stuff go out to feed all these dairy cows and stuff, it's like a gallon of milk should be about $10 or $12 for a gallon of milk. And here I can buy a gallon of milk right now for $1 something. This shit ain't add up right.
I have no clue.
And they're the ones hurting. The dairy farmers are the ones getting the blunt end of everything.
Oh, but also Lisa, like talking about Marilyn Monroe. Yeah, she turned up dead too in her pool.
Yep. Makes you wonder, don't it?
So maybe she knew something. Maybe JFK was a little too candid in their encounters. Well, the brother ended up dying too. RFK 5 years later turned up dead. 1968 while he was running for president. You get a gallon for $1.25. I have no clue how much milk costs here. I bought milk. It was $1 something, but I only got a quart, I guess. I think that's how much.
Yeah. Go back. And I'm back, but cemetery saying you get a gallon of milk for $1.25. There ain't no way you should be able to pay $1.25 for a gallon of milk with the inputs that these farmers has gotta do to provide that gallon. That that's less money than what they was paying in the 1950s. Is that not screwed up?
Yeah.
Our farmers are getting the same price for their crops and stuff that people 50 years ago was getting.
Which, if you didn't know, inflation really started taking off in 1971 or 70. Well, I guess technically 72, 73. But that's when we came off the gold standard completely. And that's when the prices just skyrocketed. Which is weird because my entire life, like, inflation has just been a thing. Like, oh, the candy bar, it's 50 cents. Oh, now it's like 60 cents. Now it's 75 cents.
Now it's $1.50 something.
Yeah, now they're $1.50. But that's just the way it is because it's always been like that. No, before that, like, Abraham Lincoln and George Washington paid the exact same price for the exact same stuff. There was no inflation. From, like, even past Lincoln, there was no inflation all the way until 1932 is when inflation actually started. When we first got off the gold standard partially. And in 1971, 72, that's when we got it off.
The banks took over.
And the banks took over in 1913. That was with the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, that's illegal too.
Yeah.
Like,
the Supreme Court ruled that it couldn't happen. I forget how many times, like time after time after time after time, all through the 1800s. And it wasn't until 1913, because they tried that stuff with Andrew Jackson. He had an assassination attempt back when he was president. What was he, the 20th president? Or maybe he was, I think he was that. But Andrew Jackson, yeah, he actually, when he died, he still had the bullet in him from the assassination attempt, like 10 or 20 years before he actually died.
You don't even need a driver's license to be able to drive a car. That's totally false too.
Well, yeah, that's the right to travel. So why?
Yep.
No, that's why they call it a license, because it's a privilege. There's a difference between privilege and a right. A right is inherent to you from your creator, whatever you want to call that, God, your parents, whatever. But a license or a privilege is something that's special. It's illegal to do, but you're special enough that will give you permission to go ahead and do, like driving. But no, forever. Like, it's fascinating on how they got the driver's license into effect, because they started off, they're like, look at all these big trucks driving around, like these, big trucks hauling all this stuff around, doing it for commercial work. Like, they're destroying our roads, but yet we have to pay for them. They should have to pay for them. So they made a commercial driver's license. Well, that worked so good that they were like, well, nobody's complaining about that. Let's make everybody have a driver's license. Now, next thing you know, now you have to pay the state to have like this little ID that says you're allowed to drive. Meanwhile, it's been always legal to drive without that little ID.
Yeah, and it still is. So if you ever get a ticket for not driving without your license, you just go to have your lawyer check out the constitutional rights about it. Yeah, there's been a lot of judgments about that.
And usually the state will win, though.
Mm-hmm.
because I've been interested in that for, I don't know, a good 11 years or more. And
You're going to get ready for about 10 or 15 years.
I've seen so many cases where people, like, it works out great for them. But then I've seen so many cases where the people that tried it just got screwed over. So in my mind, like, whatever, just keep paying the bribes to the government so you don't, like, lose your privilege. But at the same time, speak out to other people so they know. And eventually at one point, we'll get to a tipping point where everybody's like, wait, this is crap. Why are we paying extra money just to have a right that we should have had in the first place?
Yeah, because you got the right to live freely about the country, no matter what.
And people say, "Oh, that means you could walk." Okay, well, they had horses, they had buggies, like at the start of the country. Like
even when they first started cars, you didn't have to have a license and stuff.
Yeah, you didn't have to have it for not until like what, the 50s or the 60s.
And you didn't have to have a Social Security card until the 50s, neither.
Oh, that started up in 40 something, because that was part of the New Deal with FDR, and he was president 1933 to 1945. But he got that passed. Kid, stop. But yeah, no, all this stuff, it just always totally fascinates me. Like, where did things start? Like the marriage license. Where did that start? Well, it was a bunch of racist people that didn't want black people marrying white people. So to get, like, if you were black and you wanted to marry someone who was white, you had to get a marriage license, which pretty much was white people saying, nah, we don't really care about this white person. Like, go ahead, you can have her, kind of thing. Like, I mean, it's so dumb. And it worked good enough that they were like, yeah, screw it. Let's go ahead and try it on everybody. And then they just started, and there's another tax for you. Now you got to owe the government money for them saying, yes, you're together.
Yeah, the horse and buggy. Horse will still take you home if you're shit-faced drunk.
Or
they know where they're going.
Regular old horse. Like, you know, you could like pass out while you're like riding on the horse. Like, that horse will just take you right home. Like, you don't have to operate the horse. You do with a car, obviously, but with a horse, no. And I've seen people get DUIs on horses.
And buggies. Amish get them all the time.
Oh, really? Jeez. I've seen it happen so many times. Like, somebody got sloshed at a party, or had the forewithal to, like, actually, I don't even think that's a word, the forethought to actually take a horse to the party because the horse knew its way home. So they went to a party, got sloshed, and just kind of passed out on the horse and rode the horse home because the horse was driving, not the drunk person. And they ended up getting pulled over. Horse got impounded. Driver, if you want to call him that, goes to jail for a DUI, even though he wasn't even like paying attention. He was just letting the horse do its thing.
Yep. Totally illegal. And cops do all this stuff. It's all money. That's like speeding tickets. That's all money scam, guys.
Oh yeah, because you pressed the right pedal a little too hard. Now you owe the government money. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, one night I got pulled over, and then when I was on my way from Pittsburgh to here, and when I got here, I ended up like, because when I drive somewhere, I can't just go to sleep when I get there. I have to be up for like a couple hours and stuff. But so I got home, I was so mad about the ticket. I ended up writing writing some stuff. I called it taxes upon taxes upon taxes, and it was just about like every single tax you have to come across in your life.
The worst place I'd ever been was fucking is Illinois to get pulled over and stuff, especially if you're an out-of-state person. Damn, you're guaranteed to get pulled over there. I was like, this is crazy. Because my buddy's mom died that I went to school with and was good friends with him. And we'd go visit him in a town called Shelbyville, Illinois cemetery. That's close to cemetery. And every time I would go to that town, I would get pulled over by the cops. They'd make up reason. One time they said we was throwing pumpkins and stuff out of the vehicle at people, which was totally false. That was like dirty and corrupt. Go to Illinois one time and drive through it. They get pulled over. I don't even like go. I live 5 miles away and don't like going over there. Am I not right, Cemetery? Leave a comment. Yeah, don't want to go there, do you? Shibleyville, Illinois. You get pulled over, won't you? I quit going over there because of that. I was like, dude, I'm not. I'd tell my buddies I would never go back over there again after like the third or fourth time I got pulled. I never did get a ticket or anything because I was never doing nothing wrong, but I could have been doing something wrong. Later, JDS. Hopefully, Rev will be back here in a little bit. You was there a long time ago, didn't get pulled over? Yeah. Yeah, lucky. You weren't 18, 19-year-old teen.
Later on, JD is.
Yeah.
Peoria, Illinois.
Yep.
What is that?
Northwest of me.
Oh, there.
If you look on
it's
if
south.
you look on the map, if you look on the map of Indiana, it goes straight down like this for a long time. It's got a little hump, then it gets a big hump. I'm on that big hump right by Illinois. In that big hump, that's the Wabash River, and it affects my weather patterns. So if you get rain and stuff, most rain either goes to the north of me or to the south of me. And an old man that lived out here for years before I moved out here said that it affects our weather pattern. That's how I knew it. Do you see the map of Indiana?
Yeah.
Rev? It goes straight down for a long time. It's got a little hump. Then it's got a big hump. You see that big hump? That's where I live, like right on the edge of that big hump. I can almost pinpoint with my finger where I live right on the state just because of that.
What's up with the cat comment? Is cat out of Peoria, Illinois? But the caterpillar.
Stinky Wabash. They don't stink as much anymore since they got rid of the paper plants.
Paper plants do stink.
Because you go Terre Haute, Indiana, and it'd stink like shit, and it was from the paper plant companies. Now they got rid of the paper plant, and you don't smell it.
I don't
And the
remember.
Wabash is pretty nasty.
I don't remember what it was from, but I remember I learned the capital of Richmond when I was in grade school. We had to learn all the states and capitals. I remember exactly how I remembered the capital of Virginia, because we had to drive through Richmond every time we went from Pittsburgh to my grandma's house in North Carolina. And every time we did, we called Richmond the Stinky City. And that's how I always remember the capital of Virginia.
Yeah, because it had paper plane or something through there.
I don't know what it was, but it stunk, man. Like we could always tell. Like me and my sister would be in the back seat and be like, "We're halfway there, aren't we? We're in Richmond." And my parents be like, "Yeah, it's stinking." The smell guy. Who the heck is the smell guy? Is that a local radio thing? You guys got a smell guy? Yeah.
My baby's crying, but 100.7 WZZQ on the rock. There's a radio station right here.
And they got a guy called the smell guy?
And the guy that owned it, he was a Chomo and went to prison, and it don't exist no more.
Gotcha.
Oh, dang it. Yep. Chomo that owned that radio station.
Wait, so it's not Caterpillar, it's Caterpillar? And it's an electric company or an energy company. All right. Never heard of that place. Or never heard of that company, I guess.
Yeah, that radio station he's talking about, they played mandatory Metallica on Friday nights. How awesome is mandatory Metallica? You know what I'm saying? Shit. I know growing up, we all love Metallica.
I liked Metallica until the whole how was it called? Napster thing came up. Then I wasn't a fan anymore. What? You have to go out.
But Rev, I'm gonna get ready to get off here. I'm gonna get ready to eat and chill out and go to bed.
All right.
Matt, thanks for having me on. I'll wait till you get back.
No, I'm back.
Okay, man, thanks for having me on. But I'm gonna get ready to eat. We got food well, food's been cooked for a few hours now, but I'm gonna eat and get ready to chill out for the night.
All right.
I was up so late last night that I'm feeling it because I think I went to bed at like 5 or 6 o'clock last night, and I was up at like 9, so I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks, Red, for having me. I appreciate it, buddy.
Not a problem, man.
All right, later, buddy.
Later on. Did I read that wrong? Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I did read that wrong. So it wasn't Caterpillar. It was through an energy company. But Caterpillar's based out of there, too? I asked because I'm dumb like that. I really don't know. I know a bunch of things about Caterpillar, but no clue about where they're based out of. It's one of those things that it doesn't really apply to me, so I don't really care. It's kind of like I didn't know Pepsi was started in the Carolinas until I moved here, and all the trucks say, what the hell does it say? Born in the Carolinas. Which is funny because, okay, so they were born in the Carolinas. Which one? North or south? I really don't remember which one it is. I think it's south. It might be north. I don't know. I know more about the origins of Coke than I do Pepsi. But, wait, no. Was it Pepsi? No, it was Coke. That's right. I was gonna say I watched a documentary about Pepsi, but no, it wasn't about Pepsi. It was about Coke. The whole origins, how they almost lost their entire like company and everything, and now they're like whatever, multi-billion or multi-trillion-dollar company or whatever. What's dog doing? Dog not back there yet. Need the camera set up so I can just look at the back door. That way I don't even have to look back there. So what's everybody up to tonight on this? I was going to say Monday or Sunday morning, or Sunday night, but I guess it's Monday morning. But some of you guys it's still Sunday night for a little bit anyway. And Caterpillar has 12,000 employees at the Peoria plant. Where are they I guess I gotta Google it. I was gonna ask where are they technically based out of? Do it this way so it's faster. Oops. Close enough. Oops. Oops. Wrong thing. Here. Caterpillar. Oh, wait. No, I don't care about that. Let's just go here. Or wait. Headquarters, Deerfield, Illinois. Is that close enough to Peoria? Revenue up 54.7 billion this year. Nice. Operating income 8.293 billion. Net income 6.147 billion. Damn. Assets 78.509 billion. Total equity 14.08 billion. Wait, does that add up? I don't think that adds up. Yeah, they got 101,500 employees as of 2018. Yep, Deerfield. Drink it, man. Go for it. If you're thinking about it, heck, by the time you're ready to go to bed, you'll be ready to go to bed because you just drank a 32. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't need to have this up anymore, but I don't know a lot about Caterpillar. I know a bunch about like the machinery, but as far as like the company, I don't really know much. It's kind of like John Deere. I know a lot more about the machinery than I do about the company. Hurry up, dog. Wow, that's funny. Like, it happened a long time before we were talking about it, but the suggested list in the bottom, the next video has like a cat in it. I think it's a Caterpillar skid steer. It's mowing a overgrown field. When was that, Lisa? Today? Or was that last night? I remember I was up late last night. Oh, just now. what is a JD 5200? Is that like a skid steer, or is that like a front end loader, or was that a excavator? Or I don't know, I'm jealous no matter what it is because it sounds pretty cool. I just love operating heavy machinery though. Well, I like operating anything. I've always said like I can drive anything if it's got a stick, a steering wheel, or handlebars, which pretty much is just about anything. What? Old Barky out here making noise. Come on. Hey. Get in here. Come on. Quit making noise. Barky McBarkerson. That's my little girl. Aw, that's so cute. Aw, I should make a video of you doing that. That'd be so cute. Or that. That's cute too. I love it where they rub their back against the bottom of the couch. They just kind of like lean up against it and just start like walking sideways, like all like sideways. You just rub their back against the couch. What a cutie girl. Oh, it's a John Deere tractor. Okay. Oh, John Deere 5200. Gotcha. I don't remember what the heck kind of tractor I used to drive. I was the groundskeeper for the church that my parents went to, and I can't remember what the heck kind of tractor that was, but it had the wide base front wheels. I know that for sure. And there was no brakes on it. Like they had a clutch, but there was no brakes whatsoever. So if you're going down a hill, you never went down a hill with this tractor. You always went across the hill with it. Because if you went downhill, like I said, there's no brakes. There was only a clutch. So you could just come out of gear. So you always wanted to be able to like put the wheels towards like the top of the hill and push in on the clutch. That way it would just stop working. Whereas if you're going downhill, like you would just keep on rolling across the baseball field right into the creek. Huh. What? You don't remember those days? You weren't even around. Hey, goofy dog. Wait, you want to say hi? Come up here. Come here. Say hi to everybody. There you go. There's that little puppy dog. Oh, look at that cute face. Look at that little babies. Oh, somebody likes it when their head gets rubbed. Oh. Oh. You like it when your head gets rubbed? Yeah. You got anything you want to say? You want to say anything to anybody? No, just the thumping of your tail. That's all you want to say? Ah! Gross. Oh, what are you doing? Hang on, let me move this mouse. There we go. Oh, well, maybe it'll just get down. There we go. All right. Wait, what? What'd you do, Lisa? You drove your tractor yesterday, pulled your sub out of the backyard and put it under cover in the front of the shop? Your sub? Trying to replace letters, trying to see if it was a typo. I can't figure that one out. Oh, sub meaning suburban? Because I pulled the tranny and nice. Yeah, oh man, I've been so into those kind of things so far, or for this year at least. Like watching people replace transmissions, rear ends, engines, rebuild an engine. I've watched so many videos of people rebuilding an engine. Like to the point where I want to go ahead and buy a vehicle that doesn't run just to see if I can make it run. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could. I think money would be the only problem. Like, oh, we need a new engine or, something like that. But I don't know. There's so many times. I mean, well, I say a new engine because usually it'd be like we have bent rods. Well, that usually means we got something messed up with the pistons. The timing was off. That's what caused the interaction between the pistons and the valves. Or bent valve, I meant, not a bent rod. Or like bearings are going bad, or like stuff like that. Where, well, especially when it's like the pistons are damaged and the valves are damaged. Well, now you're talking about the lower end and the top end. Now you're talking about like replacing the heads, because to just fix the heads usually costs close to the same amount as just buying new heads, and they're not that cheap. And just different stuff like that. But yeah, I've heard that about 350s or 305s. Pretty sure they're both like the same amount of money to rebuild. But I would love to do that. The only thing that I think would screw me up is timing. Like initial, like putting the timing chain on so that between your crank and your cam, like your timing is on exactly like it should be, not like the timing of setting the distributor. But I think I could figure that one out on my own. But the actual timing between the crank and the camshaft, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could figure it out, but I don't know. I've just been fascinated with that. I really want to buy like here, we'll just go with my dream car, like a Jeep Cherokee. I don't care what year, Jeep Cherokee, not a Grand Cherokee and not a Wagoneer. I want just a regular old Cherokee, like 87 to 2001, 4.0, 2-door, 5-speed. And I don't even care if the engine works. If it doesn't work, I'd love to just take the entire thing completely apart and just rebuild it all over. Put brand new bearings on the crank, put brand new bearings in the cam, like every single thing, new lifters, new push rods. Hopefully the rockers would be okay. Well, hopefully everything would be okay. But, anything that needed replaced, just completely rebuild it, put new front and rear main seals on it, like all the different stuff. I think that would be a lot of fun. Plus, I've never done it, so that's mainly why I want to try. I wanted to well, yeah, but that's a tranny though too, and it's probably an automatic if it's a Suburban. Those are kind of a pain in the butt. They're like just a bunch of solenoids, or I guess solenoids, valves. Pretty much all it is a whole pile, and clutch plates and stuff like that, but a whole pile of passageways for the transmission fluid to go through. And when you're in this gear, the oil goes through this way, but when you're in the next gear, like oil goes through this way. And I don't know, that just seems like crazy to me. Well, in the rebuilding aspect, manual transmission, I knew nothing about what I was doing, and I attempted to repair a manual transmission. My cluster gear went out, so I lost fifth gear in reverse. And what it was the cluster gear. It's like there's like a big gear at the bottom, then part of a shaft, then there's like a medium gear, and then there was part of a shaft, then there was a small gear, and then there was like a nub that stuck off the top. That was a gear, and the nub broke off. So I had to like take it all apart, buy this $600 part. It was this one gear, cluster gear, was $600, and that was in 97. Yeah, probably 90. Yeah, I would say 97. I don't think it was 96. I don't think it was 98. But and then I had to buy new bearings and stuff for it, which were like $50 a piece. And then I'd put it back together, and I didn't put it back together correctly. And then it was stuck in gear, and then I had to pull it back out to find that I screwed up more bearings and stuff. But yeah, so I never did end up fixing the vehicle, but I at least attempted it, and I knew nothing about what I was doing. The funniest thing was they got my grandpap to help me because he was a diesel mechanic. And I'm like, okay, so what do we do? He's like, I have no idea. Like when we were just getting started, he's like, I have no idea what to do because I'm a diesel mechanic. I'm not a transmission mechanic. That's when I was like, oh, okay, so we're like equally matched right now, technically. Well, he knew more about engines, but no Chrysler Corporation crap for you. Well, if you get 87 or before, halfway through 87 is when Chrysler took over Jeep. But we had an 87 AMC Jeep Cherokee. So if you get one 87, like halfway through 87 or prior, it'll be an American Motor Company, not a Chrysler. What's up? How do you say that? Kiro? From Argentina, Argentina. Nice. Howdy. Just got rid of a 2017 Ram. I'm still driving my 2006 Dodge Ram. And I love that thing. It's the best vehicle I've ever had. I tell it that every single time I drive it. I love driving that thing. And it's not because I'm a Dodge person. I really don't care. I just love that Dodge Ram. That thing's amazing. There you go. Yeah, the old Rams are. I like the old Rams. Actually, it's not going to happen like right this second. But recently, I actually started thinking about getting like I don't know, 90s to like 2001, because 2002 is when they switched the body designs on the Ram. But I don't know, so like a 90 to 2001 12 valve Cummins Ram. I think that would be pretty cool. Damn, you Suburban's 1990. Dang. That's a couple years. I mean, heck, that thing was driving on the road before I was technically driving on the road legally. When the hell did I get my license? 94. Yeah, December 94. Because there was some dance that we went to before Christmas. And I just got my license like the day before. You should have taken your grandpa's old Dodge. What kind of old Dodge did he have? One of my favorite videos was it was a Motor Trend. It was Hot Rod Garage. They took a 12 valve Cummins out of like a 98 or 99 Dodge Ram, 2500, I think. Maybe it was 3500, and they put it in like a 1970s Dodge Ram. And it fit like a glove. Like that thing like went right in. But what the hell do they call that thing? Because most of the car people always call their cars something. I can't remember what the hell they called it. Something, but it was really cool So they bought like a perfect Dodge Ram, like 70, I want to say like 76, 72, something like that, but with a blown engine. And then they bought a wrecked, like 98, 99, 12 valve Cummins Ram and pulled the engine out of that and put it in the good looking car. It was actually pretty cool. But I've seen that a lot where people pull a gas engine and put in a diesel. And I don't know, that seems to be a cool thing to do lately. Like, I really don't know much about diesels, but from everything that I've seen, they're super, super easy to work on. So that's another thing that I would love to do. Oh, there you go. How about that would be a fun project. Get a Jeep Cherokee with a blown engine and get a 12 valve Cummins and throw that sucker into a Jeep Cherokee. So where they had like a straight six, straight? Yeah, not a slant, straight six. Instead of that, like replacing it with a big old 12 valve Cummins, which is another 6-cylinder, but it'd be diesel with a lot more power. And you can tune them up like really fast with like the least amount of modifications. Like all you need is like new injectors. What is it? New injectors, a new spring, a new something. And that's like pretty much it. They usually sell it as a kit, and you can up your horsepower like 100, 200 horsepower like immediately. So that would be kind of cool. Dang, Lisa, you got your driver's license 1986? Damn, I didn't get mine. Yeah, I think 94. Yeah, 1994. December 94. All car companies. Oh, wait, what did I miss here? On Consumer Reports, Chrysler has the worst rides. I don't normally pay attention to stuff like that. Like maybe if I'm buying, like earlier I was saying about my dehydrator. Maybe if I'm buying that online, I'll be like, what are the reviews? But for the most part, I don't care. And specifically because I was on Twitter earlier today and I saw Dave Chappelle's new comedy special, audience review, 100%. The Rotten Tomatoes score, like 38%. And then there was somebody else, the Rotten Tomatoes score, 100%, but the audience review, like 28% or something like that. But I don't know. That's probably just that information I look at, throw in the back of my mind, and just let it float around back there. And maybe it'll affect me, maybe it won't. But hey, stop. Trackhawk. Because a Trackhawk, isn't that that would be a fun vehicle to have. But isn't that what is that, like a 6.2 liter Hemi with a supercharger on it? Or maybe it's a 6.4 liter Hemi with a supercharger. I just watched a video about that the other day. I don't know if I would want to pay for it because there was one that was wrecked. It was like an insurance claim. It was like 2 or 3 years old. And they still, I think it still sold for like $48,000, even though like the whole front end was messed up. Like you had to like, the driver's side, you had to buy like upper and lower control arms. You had to buy new tie rods. You had to buy the entire steering system all the way from the pitman arm all the way down. You had to do frame damage on the front end. Like there was so much stuff, and they still wanted 48 grand. I think it sold for 48.5, which is insane for a wrecked vehicle. Like I can buy my truck that I have now, brand new, not wrecked, brand new for like 42 to 48. I mean, it's not going to come with a supercharged Hemi, but it'll come with a Hemi. Smaller one. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch the new Chappelle. I haven't seen it though. Actually, I didn't watch his old one. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, The last one that came out where it was 2 different parts. It was one where he did, I think, on the main stage in the Comedy Store, and then another one that he did in the Belly Room at the Comedy Store. And yeah, I'm actually just remembering that right now. I never got around to watching that one. That was like 2 years ago, I think. But I've heard nothing but really good things about the new Chappelle stand-up. But he's a great comedian. So, I mean, why wouldn't you think it would be an awesome comedy special? He's like one of the greats, like Dave Chappelle, Ron White, Bill Burr, all those guys. They're going to have like a really, really, really good comedy special if you watch their stuff. Nice. Wait, so what's the SRT Jeep? Is that just one with a supercharged Hemi in it? Because, or no, I guess not. I guess that's probably, wait, before I didn't even see anything come in yet, but I'm guessing that's just a regular Jeep with a Hemi. Because the Trailhawk would be the bigger Hemi with a supercharger. So I'm guessing SRT would be the smaller Hemi. And Dave's on Netflix. Yeah, I gotta check it out. I don't even have a Netflix account. So I guess I have access to 2 Netflix accounts, but I don't know. I usually don't even bother. I usually just watch YouTube instead. I got so many things on YouTube that I haven't gotten around to watching, that other stuff I haven't even started to think about starting to watch. And Bill Burr Paper Tiger. What's that? Is that his new special? Bill Burr's got a new one out? Because I haven't listened to his podcast in forever. Like the last bunch of jobs I had, like the one job, you weren't allowed to have headphones in no matter what. And then the next job, there was so much noise. I was doing landscaping. There's so much noise. You can't listen to anything anyway. I mean, you could listen to music, and like barely hear it, but you can't listen to people talking. So I haven't been able to watch or listen to Bill Burr's podcast, which I used to listen to every single podcast for like years. But oh, nice. Pedro got to see Dave live. I have never seen Dave live. I saw George Carlin live. That was amazing. It was like 3 or 4 years before he died. That was one of the best shows I've ever been at. That guy was amazing. But he's also been one of my favorite comedians of all time. Like me and my mom both have always loved him. I guess she loved him from way back when she knew about him, but I only knew about him, because he was always swearing and stuff. So I wasn't allowed to watch him until, I don't know, I found out about him and pretty much proclaimed, I like him. I think he's great. And then nobody could stop me from watching him. But yeah, F is for Family is hilarious. I think I only watched the first season, but I know the second season came out. I know they were planning on doing the third season, and since I haven't watched Bill Burr or listened to Bill Burr in a while, I'm guessing that's already out too. But yeah, F is for Family is hilarious. It's probably my favorite cartoon that's out right now. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet either. Or wait, no, well, I still haven't watched it, but no, I have heard from other comedians that Bill Burr's special is his best special of all time. Like out of all of Bill Burr's special, the newest one, I don't know if it's Paper Tiger, I'm assuming it is the best one that he's ever done. Because I've heard comedians say, like, I've been watching him, doing those bits for like the last year, and he took them from being a funny bit to taking them, to being the funniest bit you've ever heard. So I've heard that from comedians, so I'm not doubting that is an amazing special. Plus, he's my favorite. So out of all the comedians, I think Bill Burr is my absolute favorite. Just because, I don't know, just because of a lot of different things, because he's freaking hilarious. Just the way he goes about things, like, oh my God, Bill Burr gets a dog. What's the next one called? There's another one with Bill Burr and his dog. Bill Burr gets his dog trained or something like that. Those are like two of my favorite bits of all time. Yeah. Seeing George Carlin was absolutely amazing, man. I think we went to Olive Garden. Like I lived here, but we went back to Pittsburgh. Me and my cousin. Yeah, my sister was in college, so she was in college at Pitt. But my parents, my sister, my cousin, and me all went to like Olive Garden or something like that. And then I remember this specifically. I forget what restaurant it was. It was like I think it was Olive Garden, because we got there in plenty of time. We had a reservation. We got there. They didn't have our table ready. Blah, blah, blah. Like, they made us wait for like almost an hour before we got our table. And we're like, hey, look, we got a show in like, 40 minutes. Like, we got to have rush service. They're like, no problem, no problem. And I remember my meal was like the last one to come out. So I got like 3 bites of mine, and that was it. We had to leave. But I remember specifically my sister, she was underage. She ordered a strawberry daiquiri, which is a good way to get an alcoholic drink, because a lot of people don't look at like virgin daiquiri. They just see daiquiri and they're like, oh yeah, add some alcohol. Well, my sister did that trick and got one. And I remember my cousin stole the glass, because my sister was like, I'm not even done with my drink. And everybody was like, we got to go. Like, we got to get to the show, which we got there just in time. But I remember my cousin literally like old school, like 30s movie style, like opens his jacket and sticks it in and closes his jacket and walked out of the restaurant like that. But not because he wanted the drink or the glass, just because my sister wanted the drink. And then she drove me to the show. I rode with her in her car, and she was drinking her not virgin margarita or daiquiri all the way from wherever we were, Olive Garden or whatever, all the way to the venue, the Palace Theater in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. And drinking her non-virgin daiquiri the entire way. It was pretty hilarious. The things you remember. Dang, Lisa, you saw Sam Kinison? Was that like while he was like on top of the world? Because for like, I forget. I was about to say 3 years. I think it might have been 3 months. But for a certain amount of time, he was like the top comedian. And then like he just slowly went down, or I guess fastly went downhill and then died. Hey, stop. Quit licking yourself. Goofy dog. Oh, I bet he was still doing that yell. That's what he was known for. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, I know tons of Sam Kinison stories. Like when he shot that gun in the Comedy Store, like the bullet hole was there for like the longest time, and it wasn't in. I think it was like the early or like mid 2000 to 2010, somewhere around there. Somebody actually like fixed the bullet hole. Like they actually went in and like covered it up, like as if it was never there. Like, man, that's comedy, legend right there. Like, you got to leave that stuff there. You got to put a plaque next to it. Like, this bullet hole right here was fired by Sam Kinison because he was mad at somebody on the stage. I forget why he was mad at him. He was mad at somebody on the stage and got up and like fired a couple shots, and bullet holes remain. Nobody went to jail. That was back in the day. Get away with that kind of stuff, you know? Nice. Rodney came on too? Damn. That's like two legends right there. Rodney's another one of my favorites too. Not because he's like the greatest, but just like his story. Like he came onto the comedy scene and like nobody really cared about him. So he quit and became a siding salesman, like the siding for your house and stuff. Like he was selling siding for your house until he was like 40 or something. Then he got back into comedy and became huge. So sometimes it's all about timing. Yeah, Rodney was hilarious. That guy was great, man. But I remember Rodney probably from like the time I can remember anything. Like that's when he started getting big. Because I remember him from like early 80s, just in movies, or maybe I probably never watched his stand up until later. But no, that guy was great. But yeah, but I'm also a comedy nerd though. Like I actually tried to start doing comedy, but we have one comedy club in town, which that's another dream of mine too. I would love to start my own comedy club in this town, like make it a real comedy club. Like have a condo and everything so the comedians can just stay in the condo, have like an actual restaurant during the day kind of place. At night it's still a restaurant, but there's also a big bar scene type thing open. And then like say maybe 10 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock, something like that, just start comedy and like have a whole different room where it's nothing but comedy. But we have one comedy place around here, and I don't know where it is now, but when I was there last, it was out of a hotel, and they just rented a ballroom and set up chairs and had a stage, and that was the comedy club. And they would just have the local comedians, meaning the ones out of Virginia. I'm in North Carolina, but people from Virginia and stuff come down, and they'd like get them a hotel room for the weekend or whatever. And but I wrote them an email and asked, like, do you have open mic status? Like, can you go there and do open mic? Like before the show starts, can you do like 5 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever? And, I don't know if I would run it that way. I would let just no names get up there and go ahead. Like, you got 2 minutes. Like, you better be funny. And if you're not funny, okay, we'll get off the stage. Somebody else is up now. And then like just do that for like an hour before the actual comedy starts. Because that bad comedy is just as funny as good comedy, at least in my mind. But they said no, unless I'm an established comedian, they wouldn't let me have any kind. And if I was an established comedian and I sent them videos of me, they would let me have, I think they said like 2 or 5 minutes before the show started. Well, I'm not an established comedian, so that doesn't work. I was looking for open mic status so I could actually like say that I'm an open micer. And then I looked into it more, and the closest open mic is like 2 hours from me. So I guess that would be good if that was like my dream, but I don't know if that's actually my dream. I just thought it'd be fun to try. Oh yeah. Yeah, most 80s movies were pretty freaking epic. Love 80s movies. But then again, that's what I grew up with. So I grew up watching The Goonies and all the John Hughes movies, Pretty in Pink and Breakfast Club and 16 Candles and, all that different stuff. Gremlins. I remember what I watched Gremlins in the theater when I was 4 or 5. I think I was 4. Because I had nightmares and I was never allowed to watch horror movies again. But I think we can all agree that Gremlins was a pretty scary movie, at least for a kid. But yeah, that was pretty funny. Toxic Avengers. I don't think I saw that. I've seen a lot of movies, but I've seen a lot of movies, but there are a lot of movies that I never saw. And they're usually movies that everybody loves. Like Field of Dreams, never watched it. No desire to even watch it. What else? Just from being on live streams and talking movies and stuff like that, there's been so many movies that people would say, like, that's the greatest movie ever. And I'm like, yeah, I never saw it. And they're like, how could you never see that movie? I don't know. Just never saw it, didn't care about it, and never went back to revisit it. I do remember in the 90s, there was a time, my best friend at the time lived behind a shopping mall, and the shopping mall, his uncle's best friend owned the video store. Or no, his uncle owned the tobacco store and was good friends with the guy that owned the video store. So like there was all that connection going on. Well, we like at 16 got accounts for the video store, and he would let us rent movies because he knew us, not, because it had to be like 18, show a credit card, all this crap. But he just gave us accounts because he knew we'd bring the videos back. We're always there, like around that area anyway. So he would let us rent movies. We'd go in, and there would be days where we would go in and rent one movie, and we would rent, like, we'll just say Nightmare on Elm Street. And we would go back to my buddy's house and watch the entire thing. And as soon as it was over, we would like put it back in the case, drive back to the movie store and give it back to him and rent Nightmare on Elm Street 2. But since it was the same day, he wouldn't charge us another rental fee because we brought the other one back. We just give him the other one back and take the new one. And that counted as our rental for the day. We'd go back and watch part 2, bring it back and get part 3. Go back, watch part 3. We did that over and over and over again with a lot of horror movies because, like I said, I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies growing up. So we watched like every Hellraiser, every Nightmare on Elm Street, most of the Friday the 13th, you name it, all those crazy movies from way back then. Anything prior to 2000, pretty much, I watched most of it. Never saw Psycho, never saw Night of the Living Dead, which the original Night of the Living Dead was actually filmed a neighbor across the street and 2 houses down, 2 houses down a different street. That dude, it was his uncle's property that movie was filmed on. My mom grew up close to where that was filmed, and I can't remember what her connection was with that movie. Like she knew the owners of the property, but I think like maybe like some classmates of her were extras in the movie or something like that, or I can't remember. But I remember specifically the dude that lived across the street from me. The first guy I ever knew that had a laser disc way back in the day. It was the first person I ever knew that had laser disc. Yeah. Oh, Gremlins scared the living crap out of me when I was a kid. I mean, I've watched it many times since, and it's not scary to me, but I don't know. When you're a little kid, spill water on them, they multiply. You feed them after midnight, they turn from the cute cuddly thing into like the thing that tries to kill you. Return Return of the Living Dead. I don't think I watched any of the Living Dead videos. I didn't watch the Night of the Living Dead. I didn't watch the remade Night of the Living Dead. I've never even heard of Return of the Living Dead. I'm sure that's the sequel to the original, but and even Spaceballs. Yeah, Spaceballs was funny. I have the disc. I have it on DVD. Or no, I was pointing at my truck, but no, it's actually like in my bedroom or something now. Someone gave it to me for my birthday a couple of years ago. But I don't think I've ever seen Spaceballs the whole way through. I've seen parts of it. I know I probably have seen the entire thing all the way through, but I don't remember watching the entire thing. Because every time I see parts of it, because I won't sit down and like watch the entire movie, but every time I see parts of it, I'm like, I don't even remember this part. And then it comes into a part that I remember. But yeah. And I know it's hilarious, but I don't know. I just never could bring myself to watch it. I don't know. Same thing with new movies. I don't even watch new movies anymore. I can't remember the last new movie that I watched. The Dark Knight Rises, maybe? Yeah, I tried to watch a movie a couple months ago, but I was having problems with my computer, which I fixed, but I can't remember the last. No, it must have been. Yeah, I don't think I watched anything in Canada. You just watch TV shows. But yeah, I think Dark Knight Rises was like the last movie I watched, so that's been quite a while. And Pedro, your parents still got Laserdisc? I never had Laserdisc. I remember when it came out, it looked like records, but they were like CDs, but they were the size of records. But I never got into them, and I didn't get into DVDs. I don't even remember when DVDs came out, but I know I didn't have a DVD player until like, I think 2001, something like that. The first movie I ever bought on DVD was The Cell with Jennifer Lopez and Vince Vaughn. I remember that. No. Or no. I think I bought a couple movies at the same time. I think I bought The Cell, and then I bought Blair Witch Project Part 2. And no, I think that was it. I think I bought both of those. I don't know. One of those two movies was the first one I ever bought. The movie You're Next. I've never even heard of that one. Sounds like it would be something good. Everyone thought you were rich because you got Laserdisc. Yeah, I remember back in the 80s when you had to rent a VCR. They would come in like the big hard plastic cases and stuff. And like you'd have to like unclip it and like take it out of the rental box and like set it all up and plug it all in and everything. And yeah, I remember that stuff vividly. I mean, I was always at the video store, so. A Serbian film. What's that about? We used to have a VCR that was in a big case, but it wasn't technically a VCR. It was a video recorder. So it had this little tiny video camera. It was like, I say tiny. Mine is way smaller than that. But it was like this little camera, but you had to plug it into a VCR, have power to the VCR, and start recording through the VCR, and the camera literally was just a camera. Like, it didn't record anything. It had to be connected to this giant freaking VCR, which had to have power, so it wasn't portable. You could go as far as like the cord would let you go. But yeah, that was my very first VCR, actually, because my parents stopped using it. It was the kind where you would hit the button on the side and the whole thing would pop up, and then you could remove the VCR, the VHS tape out of it, put a new one in, and then shut the whole top. Yeah, it was pretty ghetto. I remember they put it away in the attic, and I lived technically in the attic. Like, we had little crawl spaces, but they put it away in the crawl spaces. And I remember one day I found a TV, and I was like, wait, what the heck is this, man? Like, there's a TV in here. It was the old school where you had to like turn the dial, and it had like 1 through 13 on there. And then like it had UHF or whatever, where it was like 14 through 27 or 37 or something like that on the next dial down. You had to like pull the knob out for the TV to turn on. And the knob that you pulled out, if you turned it to the right, that was volume up. If you turned it to the left, that was volume down. I remember pulling that sucker out and hooking up an antenna to it, which I ended up getting 2 channels, I think, which I would watch. I remember every night at 11:30 after the news, because the news was always at 11. At like 11:30, it would switch up depending on the day or the season or whatever. It would be like Golden Girls. It would be Cheers. That might have been it. I can't remember, but I remember specifically I watched the Golden Girls for years and years because it was just on. But then I remember one day I was going through stuff in the attic, and I was like, what the heck is this gigantic hard plastic case? And I opened it up, and it was the old VCR. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. And then I figured out how to hook it up to the TV and started playing VCR, VHS tapes. I guess they would be VCR tapes, but what's up, Bob Smith? Yeah, way back, Nintendo 64. I remember when that thing came out. My buddy was on pre-order for like 2 or 3 months before he actually got his. And it was like right around Christmas one year. And yep, I remember playing Mario 64 and Mario Kart 64, and it was like the new level stuff, man. But I actually have a 64 sitting right there, and I think, no, maybe not in it. I think Mario 64 is probably in it, but somewhere around that vicinity is GoldenEye. Just check it out. A Serbian film. Oh, well, that tells me everything I need to know. It was banned in Spain, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Singapore, and Norway. It was temporarily banned in Brazil. All right. Sounds like a movie I should watch. When people say you're not allowed to watch this, it's usually a good sign I'm going to watch it. The RCA Pro Edit camera. I don't remember ever being able to edit anything simply. All the editing I ever did was so intense until like digital video came out. Then it was super simple, but Golden Girls was my favorite. I don't know if it was my favorite, but I definitely liked it. I always thought it was hilarious. I think Cheers might have been my favorite, at least back in the day. I remember loving Cheers because I thought that was like one of the funniest shows ever. Especially when like you could tell when it was made. Like, you have Coach. Okay, well, that was like the first so many seasons. And then, oh, you got Woody. Well, okay, well, that's like the last so many seasons. Because Coach was always the dude that was like the bartender for like, I don't know, forever. And then he died. And then they replaced him with Woody Harrelson, who was Woody. His name Woody? I think his name was Woody. MASH sucks. I never liked MASH. I never thought it was funny. I never liked it. I would try to watch it. I just never liked it. I don't know why I didn't like it, but it's the same as like the Three Stooges. I know everybody loves the Three Stooges. I don't. Like, I really thought they sucked. Like, from the moment I ever saw them, I just always thought they were horrible. But that's just my opinion. I don't claim to have the master opinion, but I could never get into MASH. I tried so many times because I forget what I was watching, but I would watch like 2 shows and then MASH would come on. And I remember like, like, and that song is called Suicide is Painless. Marilyn Manson did a remake of it. But I just never could get into that show for some reason. Oh, yeah, Married with Children. I loved Married with Children. I remember when that show came out because I was like a big Fox fan because they had The Simpsons, they had Married with Children, they had like all the shows that the churches wanted to ban. And I remember, like, as soon as Married with Children came out, there was all that controversy about it should be banned. It should be banned. And immediately when you say something should be banned, I'm like, what? Maybe this is something I should be watching. Like, I remember when NYPD Blue came out, I remember the church my parents went to, they started, or they didn't. I think it was all the churches, like the hierarchy of churches, and it trickled down to the church they went to. But they were all trying to ban NYPD Blue, like, do not watch it, do not watch it. And I remember that very first night it came out, I was in my bedroom watching it because I could get that channel coming through on my little crappy TV. And I know for a fact my parents were watching it because that became one of their favorite shows, which is hilarious because they were like good Christian people that would like listen to the church and stuff. But when they heard that there was a show being banned, they were like, maybe we should watch it. And then they watched it and were like, maybe the church doesn't know what they're talking about. This is a great show. But yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, I love Married with Children, man. That was so great. Yeah, and fun fact, Ed O'Neill, who played Al Bundy, his dad lives right down the street from me. He lives, like, if you go down my street, cross the highway, and go down a different street, he lives right over there. And for almost 20 years, in April it'll be 20 years, I've been living here. I've been watching for Ed O'Neill just to see if I can see him. I've never actually seen him. I have tons of friends that have met him, run into him, got autographs, talked to him, like all kind of different stuff, but I've never seen him. But I keep my eye out all the time. One of the places that he's been seen like a lot of times by almost everybody that I've talked to, I used to go to that store every day. Not because I was trying to see him, but that was the local gas station. I would go in there and people always were talking about how they saw him in there. And I'm like, man, how come I can't see him? But what? They have a Russian version of Married with Children? That's awesome. Oh, yeah, and the Wonder Years. Oh, I remember the Wonder Years. Way back in the day. I always had a crush on Winnie Cooper. That's funny, Pedro. What the hell's wrong with Al? That's pretty funny. Boy Meets World. I remember that was like after me. Because I remember people talking about that, and I'm like, what the hell is this show? And I remember watching it a few times and was like, a little I guess, older than what the show was intending. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I just thought I was. Yeah, I haven't heard of the Wonder Years for a long time. Oh, well, there's the problem, Loki. You're only 40 and I'm 41. It's that 1 year difference, man. Oh, man. Means everything. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting I'm 41. Jeez, man. That sucks. What are you doing, dog? She was just passed out sleeping, and then I stopped talking, and all of a sudden her eyes like just opened up, like, what the hell's going on? And she started looking at me. Now that I'm talking, back to sleep. Youngsters need to live little and watch some TV. I haven't even watched TV in, I don't know, 11 or 12 years, something like that. Except for when I was on vacation this year, went to Canada. That was weird, like seeing commercials and stuff. Like I haven't seen commercials in forever. You're just sitting there and you're like, oh, okay, I'm like getting into what's going on TV. And then next thing you know, they're like cutting to a commercial and you're like, wait, what the hell is going on? Like I'm so used to YouTube where it just keeps on playing. There's no cuts for commercials, no nothing. If there is, usually they're at the beginning, sometimes in the middle, but yeah. What the hell? I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Jeez, oh man. That's just part of the streaming game. Just one of those things. You start streaming, and next thing you know, hours have gone by. I think it was Origins, right? One of the games I was playing, I started playing that game. Holy cow, man. I started playing it, and next thing I know, like, and I'm not a video game person. Like, I'm normally that guy that like plays video games for like maybe an hour or two, and I'm like, oh man, like I gotta walk away from this, like take a walk outside or, you know, go do something else. And that first day that I played that game, I think I played for like 11 and a half hours. But, and that was my longest live stream until I did 12 and a half hours. This dog all passed out over here. She's loving life. Yeah, look, passed out puppy. I see you looking at me. What are you doing the eye thing for? Huh? Aww. She's so tired from sleeping all day. There you go. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. You good? Oh, what a goofy dog. You goofy dog? Yeah? Uh-oh. Her tail stopped wagging. All right. Well, yeah, it's all coming up on another 22 minutes. I think it'll be 5 hours. So I think that's good enough. 4.5 hours. So I think, well, nah, I don't know. Is everybody getting hooked on the live streams? I don't know. I have been for in a half a month. It'll be 2 years that I pretty much have gone live at least Mondays. It started off Mondays, and it was Mondays and Fridays, and it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then it was like nobody's live tonight. Screw it, I'll go ahead and go live, like up to 7 days a week. And I don't know. I kind of feel like I didn't, but I kind of want to feel like I pioneered the live stream, at least getting everybody hooked on them. Because once I started doing live streams, holy crap, everybody just started popping up. Everybody was doing live streams after that. So I don't need credit for it or anything, but hope I have heard from a ton of people that I was the reason why they started doing live streams, but whatever. As long as there's people doing live streams, that's all I care about. That way I can watch people. I love watching the live streams. But anyway, like I was saying, we're like 20 minutes out from 5 hours. So I'll go ahead and just leave y'all with that. I got to get some food, man. I'm freaking hungry all of a sudden. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go grab some food. I should be live. Oh, nice. Pedro was one of the first live streams you watched. I've heard that from a lot of people, but I watched a ton of live streams before I ever went live. Hell, I even went live like 4 years before my live stream that everybody knows about. Like nobody watched that. Like I was live for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I think I had like 4 views. But yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people. But hey, as long as it inspires people to do it themselves, then that's cool. But like I said, I'm going to hop off here. I got to go grab me some food. And what? You looking at me all weird for with your radar dome ears, doggy? Wagging your tail. I don't know. Probably have to let the dog out or something. Maybe give her some water or food. Oh, you like that word, huh? But anyway, I'll be live tomorrow. I'm pretty sure anyway. Or today, I guess. I don't know, whatever you want to put it. Monday night. I'm haven't been live for a couple Mondays. My parents were in town for a few Mondays, and I had a bunch of family in town, and I had a bunch of stuff going on. So I just didn't want the hassle of people yelling in the background. And like one of the live streams I did, it was my video game live stream. I had my mom sitting in front of me on the couch and my dad standing behind me, and they were talking right over the microphone while I'm trying to be live. So it was only a few of them, and I'm like, yeah, heck with this. Like, I'm not even going to try to, at least with video games, like you're mainly watching the video game, not listening to the people. So it wasn't that bad. But when it's like this kind of live stream, like you're trying to listen to what the people are trying to talk about. And you really can't when you have people like talking in the background back and forth about some crap about something that happened on Facebook that you don't even care about. But yeah, I should be live again tomorrow or today, whatever time you're watching, Monday night. So I'll try to anyway. So come back and check me out then. If you're new, hit the subscribe button. And hit the bell. That way you'll get or if YouTube will let you, you'll get a notification for when I go live. And do one of the thumbs things down below. I don't care which one you do. Whatever makes you feel the best when you go to sleep at night. Go ahead and just do one of them. I don't care. Anything will help me out. So thanks for hanging out with me and chilling and all that stuff. And I'll catch y'all today or tomorrow or whatever, however you want to look at it. I call it tomorrow because I didn't go to sleep yet. But which is funny because even when I don't go to sleep, it's still tomorrow later. I don't know when that timeline distinction kicks in. But whatever. I'll be live Monday night. So come hang out and see what we're getting into then. So, but thanks for hanging out. I will catch y'all later. Have a great one. See you.